veteran counsel, Mr. Stilley. So that aside, what I wanted to also say is, I have a question. I picked up this paper, the Courier, at the center, the same center I had the issue with the so-called veteran counsel up there. It says that the council approved, what is this, $4.15 million for people to get repairs and roofs or whatever in the neighborhoods and stuff. I called like 3 of the agencies and one answered. I think it was the Metro Community Center or something like that. I asked them about this particular money that the council was supposed to have set aside for residents to repair roofs or whatever it was. First he said they didn't have the money. And then he switched and said, well, the money is here somewhere. That's not.
Yes.
That's real unfortunate because I was going to ask the questions about how to get the ARPA money.
Someone can speak to you later. Go ahead. Next person, please address council.
Good evening, my name is Tyler McIntyre. I am a care navigator with Community Community Advocate, a part of the organization. Today I'm here to stand and represent the ones not able to stand here representing the moms and babies that can benefit from this RSP program. I stand here to share with you that I personally work with these moms and these babies. I am responsible for trying to connect them to much needed resources, from housing, from baby items to transportation. And one of the things, some of the biggest struggles that we have right now, I have 2 clients right now that have Section 8 and still homeless because the system is designed to fail. We have Section 8 that given to us. It's only enough probably to cover our rent, but we know that the cost of living is high, rent is high, and in order to get into any reasonable, sustainable place that's safe and not affiliated with a lot of drugs and violence, you have to pay 2 times the amount of rent or have 2 times the amount of income in order to move into these places, which is really unfortunate because that forces these moms and babies to go and stay out in Evergreen Regencies, Sunridge or Sunset Apartments over there on Flushing Road or wherever there is a lot of high crime rate. I'm real passionate about what I do, not only because of my job, but because I have 20 years, 2 months, and 28 days of real experience. I know what it's like to be homeless. I know what it's like to struggle. I know what it's like not to be able to provide. And it's not just the mom and baby thing, it's an everybody thing, because if you look around, we still got people striking because they 10 hours a day, 7 days a week, still don't put enough food on their table to support their families. The biggest thing about this program, is that I understand that it looks like it might be a welfare program to some, but to others, it's like something that just will help them get their feet off the road. I mean, it's not much, we're asking, or they're asking, the program is asking that the council commit to $1 million that will garner $55 million, not only for Genesee County and City of Flint, but also to help these moms. And they're only asking this for their first year. The moms are only taking care of or supporting for the baby's first year. And I really don't see how, the ways out, the needs are what it means, with that. So I just want to implore you to where when you get ready to make a decision about this program, to search your hearts and really look deep down inside and see if this is really something that they would not benefit, but they can benefit from. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Oh, that's so sad. It's a good day. Okay, never mind. My name is Sherry Stapleton. I'm the Executive Director of Mother's Disability Institute. I'm standing here today in support of the RSP Fund. Due to that, I was a young mom who understands what poverty is, right? If you think about what this represents and what it's going to be for, it's going to help a young mom or an expecting mom be able to deal with while she's not working or in school. I don't know about you, but when I was young and didn't have the money when my child was a baby, right? It was hard, it was stressful. And if you think about that, you already are having a baby, you already are dealing with the stressor of being a new mom. This could alleviate some of that stress. And we could be the first state for this to come through. So, you know, when Flint and Michigan are trendsetters, we would be a trendsetter. We would be known for something good. And that's what I'm looking at. So, if you would be so kind to look at this in a better light, please. Accept it. Because our state, our city needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address council?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joel Arnold. I'm the Planning and Advocacy Manager at Communities First Inc. and I'm also a resident of 7th Ward, 416 Craiglow. I'm here tonight to speak on something that is coming up later in Government Ops, Resolution 230312, relating to support for lane reductions for 5th Street and Court Street from Ann Arbor to Pier Road. And our work at Communities First, right, we have our offices on these roads, Swayze Court Apartments, Oak Street Senior Apartments. And the way that these roads exist right now is 4-lane one-ways. It is unbelievably dangerous. Those roads were built this way in the 1950s, before we had expressways, right? Before we had a lot of ways to move vehicles now. And right now, essentially what they function as is drag strips through the middle of your traffic. They deter economic investment. They encourage people to leave the city as quickly as possible. They make it challenging to turn into adjacent businesses. And so this resolution talks about an opportunity for these roads to be reduced into 2-lane one-ways each direction, slow down traffic. I don't think I've ever met a Flint resident who said the problem in their neighborhoods that traffic was moving too slowly. People were not speeding. So we have a real opportunity here to narrow these roads to make our traffic go at a more safe speed, but also to use extra road space that we gain for things like protected cycling lanes, because we know that there are thousands of folks in our city that live in households that have no access to a vehicle. And just to kind of add some context to that, I wanted to share some statistics with the council from the Current Fitness Foundation that since 2012, there have been 453 pedestrian-involved vehicle crashes in the city of Flint, involving more than 1,000 pedestrians with more than 100 fatalities. Additionally, 296 bicyclists have been hit in our city, with 7 losing their lives. The way that we design our roads right now is unfortunately not accounting for the people that live in our city that don't have access to a vehicle, which in some parts of our city is up to 25% of our households. And there's an opportunity now for MDOT to pay for investments in our roads that will change that. So I really, really encourage this council, for reasons of economic development, in ways that will make it easier to invest in our neighborhoods, for reasons of public safety, and for reasons of just ensuring that when we build our city, we're accounting for people that get around in all sorts of different ways, whether they're driving, whether they're riding, whether they're taking the bus. And this is a unique opportunity to make that happen. This is something that happens in other cold weather cities. This is not a particularly innovative idea. We see it in Detroit, Ann Arbor, we see it in Buffalo, Rochester. So if there are concerns from folks about how this will be implemented, a lot of us are happy to help with that. And the last thing I'll add is that we did send in a coalition of us letters of support on this from Communities First, from Andrew Stamp's First White Club, from the region of Wowzer Black Girls Do Like Flint, and from the Current Fitness Foundation, as well as a petition from residents of Swayze Court Apartments who want to see this get done. So I encourage the council to support this on the full council, and we should take care of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before you start, Ms. you can certify.
Hi, my name is Ryan Kelsey. I'm with the Current Fitness Foundation. I also want to support bike lanes and smaller roads from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. Recently, a couple weekends ago, we did a project called the Better Block Flint Project, right up on MLK. We created a small demonstration bike lane, and probably the first protected bike lane that we had in Flint. For the 4 days that I was there setting up and the 2 days of the event, there was so many Flint residents using that bike lane. I didn't realize how many Flint residents were riding down from MLK to Saginaw.
Eventually, I started stopping some of these people and asking them where they were riding to, how they were riding. One woman I spoke to, Summer Burnett, who lives right near Soggy Bottom, right there on MLK. She told me about how she moved here to help take care of her father. She doesn't have a vehicle. She has to ride her bike to the MTA station downtown and then take the bus to Golden Corral over on Miller Road to work every day. This was the first time she had a safe place to ride in Flint. She also told me how her dad had some health problems, so she purchased the bike for him so they could ride together. Unfortunately, on Saginaw Street, her dad was hit by a car, so that expanded his health problems. So I believe that we at the Criminal Fitness Foundation believe that more bike lanes in our city, slowing down traffic is good for all of the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else like to address council? Anyone else?
My name is Judy Ketchum, and I'm here in support of the House of Esther. And I would just like to ask you, I mean, each of you have probably gotten onto this board to make a positive difference in our city. And I believe that just throwing money at a problem isn't going to fix the problem. And what the House of Esther has determined to do is to train young mothers, make a difference in generation, because if you grew up with dysfunction, that's normal to you. You don't know any other way to do it. And House of Esther is going to train young mothers as well as provide for their physical needs. And I would ask each of you to consider putting your full power behind the House of Esther and get it off the ground, because there's babies being born every day that could benefit from this, and it would benefit our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? See movement?
I would like to, I would like to also share my support for the House of Esther. I think it is an asset that we are neglecting in our city, helping young women in our city, helping to defend the preborn, especially of our North End community. It is a ministry that I believe in. It is a ministry I think the city would benefit from, especially in growing and moving our city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes, someone else.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Service, resident of the 5th Ward, and I'm just here to briefly voice my enthusiastic support for Resolution 230312 for the lane reductions on 5th and Court Street from Ann Arbor Street to the road. For those of you who maybe have seen me up here over the years, I'm often up here talking about how important it is that our transportation system is appropriately designed and maintained for all residents in the city of Flint, and not just those that are kind of passing through in their vehicles. As much as we all love cars, I come from a car-building family. I also have spent a lot of my life without access or the ability to drive a car, and have been blessed and privileged to have been able to live in a neighborhood where most of my daily needs were accessible within just a few short blocks and wasn't put in constant danger if I wanted to vote or go to school or worship or go to a job. So this is just one example of the street where we're discussing doing a road diet and installing some potential facilities that could assist with safety for cyclists, specifically with bike lanes, but also some measures to slow down cars. I hope that this is supported with all of the outside assistance that the specific project could offer. And I also hope that this is the first of a series of road diets and transportation improvements that will improve safety, make our city more equitable for transportation, and in the long run, really reduce the maintenance costs of our transportation network overall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
name is Larry Cool. I represent a group called the Encounter. We have thrown our support behind the House of Esther now for some 2 years. We take up offerings each week as we meet. We believe that the House of Esther is a very vital part of what the city needs to help these young ladies when they're in situations they have nowhere to turn, but they just seem to be lost when they're faced with a pregnancy, they don't know what to do. So to let you know that the Encounter Group is a group that comes together to help unite and bring together not only churches, but the people and the pastors of our area. And each one of them, we all support the House of Esther. We're excited to see that there is something happening in this area that will change the hearts and lives of people. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Very well said.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else wishes to address the council? Hold on just a second till the slides first. There you go.
Good evening, my name is Brian Benton, and I represent the House of Esther. And I was invited to come and just share with you the program, because a lot of the emphasis have been on the building and not necessarily the actual program that Esther will offer the community. And I wanted to share with you that currently, since COVID, we've been providing on a monthly basis 8 to 10 clients with diapers and wipes, food baskets, baby clothing for the newborn, breast pumps, and other essentials for their newborn to come home. And we are currently in a temporary location. We're working with Judson Baptist Church, where the House of Esther will provide a program to first-time mothers and fathers as an outreach. The House of Esther addresses the disparities in teen and homeless pregnant mothers between the ages of 17 and 25. We will decrease the infant mortality rate, particularly in communities like Flint. The House of Esther has a collaborative community academic partnership to develop health needs and assessments with the University of Michigan Flint Nurse Program. Dr. Blackshire and Megan Kaiser is the director. Additional community partners are Habitat for Humanity, MSU Extension, Nutritional Program, Kettering University, Mont College. We have a gentleman by the name of Sean Hart who will address the dads, involved dads. And we have the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services that are valuable referral partners. The House of Esther has at hand an opportunity to be on the cutting edge of transformation of this region by providing the largest, most comprehensive maternity education center in the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council? Last call, seeing no movement. It's now time for council response. Council members will have no more than 2 minutes to address the public, and only one speaking opportunity for council members. Is there anyone who would like to address?
Yeah, ma'am.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, one of the first ward residents was talking about the veterans of that castle region, what they had scheduled. He also had communications about the ARPA funds. When we get into the discussion on the ARPA funds, I might talk to that, but I'm gonna pay attention to not just talked about the property that they were in based upon the policy that we enacted under the old council of the right of first refusal. The city put them in a predicament because the city owns the property and wouldn't fix the infrastructure for water, in my opinion. And I know these projects very well. So it's time to go back to fighting for y'all. Not that we ever quit, but we're fixing to make some points about that property. I'm gonna make some points if nobody else did about the infrastructure, the program, the property, the right of first refusal, and all of the obstacles that is piled up along the way. It's good to see y'all here. Stay in the fight. Don't give it up. We sometimes can win in the long run.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Anyone else? Ms. Burns? I was watching you.
Thank you. I want to say thank you to all the members, of the individuals who came and spoke, and we do hear you. I make sure I pay attention to what you're saying, and I do take note. Council Esther, you know that is my passion. Working in the schools, seeing teen moms, and mentoring in the schools. I know the importance of this program, where it changes the trajectory of these young girls or young women who don't have their life as a normal. They don't have the tools to be successful. They don't have the support system. The uniqueness of House of Esther is that it is a maternity house. We have all-in-one. There's a dedication of University of Michigan nurses which will be there 24/7 to help them, to assist them. When you're a young mother, not even you're an old mother, it's hard. You need help and support. This is a program that I hope that as God keeps his hand on this council and on your heart, to keep coming here, that we can change some of the opinions and thoughts, just like the RX kids. I feel that's equally important. House of Esther puts these young women into an environment to where it's safe, it's stable, everything's there. And it's a program that can be used all over the state. Dedication to this, I would have thought, especially in our community, we have a problem with gangs and girls. I'm interested in girls and gangs who have had babies. And when we talk about changing their lives, they didn't have this type of program. We have the ability on this council and with this administration to do something great, to make a big change. And this is the one thing we should be able to bring everyone together. Because those babies will end up dealing with them in the penal system, the prison system. And that's not what I want to do. We have an opportunity to give them a real chance at life. So please, stay in it, continue to come as we try to figure it out, and hopefully we can do something good for the House of Esther and the young women and things that deserve it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I would like to thank all of the speakers. Thank you for engaging in the process here. Thank you for your input. Thank you for bringing forth your ideas, your opinions, and as well as your concerns. I wanted to speak on the lane reduction, the resolution 230312, support for the lane reduction. We're at Fifth Avenue and Court Street. I agree that there are many benefits to lane reductions, road diets. The Michigan Department of Transportation reported that vehicle crashes have been reduced by 15 and 47%. So that's what we do. When we get to it in governmental options, we'll be discussing that resolution, and we'll either send it to council or, after discussion. Hopefully it will pass the council, and then we'll vote on it. I also wanted to speak on the House of Esther, and I just wanted to say that I am 100%
to all the speakers. I would like to do a referral to the dean of, the street maintenance department, public works, to see if you can give us a list of all of the, poles, street reduction that you guys are planning in either our wards or the city of, I don't know which one. I know Martin Luther King was supposed to get a, road diet or something, but I don't see no movement on that, and I think it's probably from, from Hamilton going north towards Pearson Road. I'm not sure how far it is. But, to the House of Esther, I submitted a resolution at the last city council meeting because I've watched you guys over the years design. I've toured the, building inside, you know, my mother and grandmother and them big rooms in there, so I'm excited about what the work that you guys are doing. I didn't agree with your negotiation with how, others were wanting to partner with you at the beginning when the city offered you the building and there were people coming to you to, collaborate with you on purchasing the building. That's, water under the bridge, what we hear. $1 million is, proposed to go to Dr. Monica, who have done great work. But you guys have been on the, forefront for pregnant women with children for years. And I watched it. And I can't sit here as a city council person, and if we can have 5 votes at the last city council meeting, $500,000 would have went to y'all to either purchase the building and do all things necessary or do some renovation of the building, but we couldn't get 5 votes on here. So be careful about some of these.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Any other council member? Mr. Strugresko? Mr. Martin, let me take my time. The, Office of Veteran Affairs is a county office, not a city. So we don't have anything to do with that. I didn't know if you knew that. Yes. Yes, that's county department. We can't talk big back over it. But I wanted to let you know that, because you mentioned, we can't do that, it's our rules. But, so I wanted to bring that to your attention. You can't. Please go. Sir, please go sit down. Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Our rules state that we cannot go back and forth, so please go.
What I'm saying is, I mentioned that because that's in Councilman Mays' ward, the center up there.
Please sit down. Please sit down.
Oh my God. Police brutality.
So, all right, so that was what I wanted to bring up. Ms. McIntyre, I appreciate your passion for your job. That's very nice. So, and that's all I have to say. Anyone? All right, we're going to go on to the, we have a special order for Mr. Jarzynski and Ernst Young as requested by Mr. Mays.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
through you to Mr. Jarzynski to the approach. Have you heard that we've been trying to catch up with y'all for weeks and months?
Not for weeks and months, no.
At the bar?
Not for weeks and months, no.
You hadn't heard that?
No, sir.
Well, it's a fact. It's a fact. I'm the one who made this request repeatedly. When did you hear the word for the first time that you were requested to come before this council?
A couple weeks ago.
Okay, now it's been going on longer than that. Let me say this, Mr. Jarzynski. A week or two ago, somewhere in this time frame, we voted, with a vote of 5 or more, it seemed, to issue some and we've hired y'all, and we could use your assistance regularly. I'm calling it the home stretch. When the council wants Ernst & Young, how would you suggest that they notify you? We had been trying to do it for more than 2 weeks. Did you know that?
I know that now.
Okay, but then that's gonna be between me, you, and Ms. Evans, because that ain't what he's been saying. I'm gonna call him up here and you can hear it and see if he said the same thing. Because we've been told.
The other way, I mean, you all have my cell phone and my email. I also have weekly discussions that include members of the ad hoc committee.
Did you make sure that you come right now, Mr. Jeffries, get her telephone number and email?
I don't know that the email is.
What's your point of order? I was just trying to see who was sharing. Yes, I didn't know. My chair is gone. I want to go. That's all.
Mr. Jeffries, get your birth certificate, clerk that information, we'll clear that up now. Is that clear, so we now know how to contact you?
Sure.
Your firm? Okay, before I proceed, I'm gonna need you back, but through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Edwards, to hear from. Mr. President, I don't have some specific questions for you as it relates to these arguments. Yeah, Mr. Edwards, Mr. Judge Vincent just said he was only notified in the last 2 weeks that we was requesting him. That's different from what you've been telling us for weeks and months. Would that be a fair statement?
The chair to Ms. Mays.
He gonna make the shit fall off. He gonna fall off from the wall, that shit.
I don't know exactly what this, every time you ask me, information is passed on.
And what you explained to council was that you was in contact with Mr. Judge Vincent and Ernst & Young, and you was delivering a message or request. You could really explain why you was doing that. Is that fair? You want to change any of those words around?
I have nothing else to add to that.
Okay, but now, remember, we right at the word, with you unknown, you unknown.
John better go on. I'm not even getting no money off that shit. They just hitting the thing. I'm not finna do that. Yeah, I'm not finna do that.
You said you just did the word 2 weeks ago. You still for weeks and months saying, I delivered the word. Somebody is telling me the right information. Thank you for now, Mr. Justice, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Justice. Y'all want the public to know that between the administration and somebody, both of y'all can't be right. And if we put both in the oath that come before this council, where we can get good information, and then if we follow up with the circuit court, folks can be found guilty of perjury. It's a crime. I don't want to get into the muddy water. What I want to do right now is kind of try to move forward while I relinquish this microphone to my colleagues. Mr. Justice, from where I sit, this time that we get from behind closed doors with so-called 12-member advisory committees. Have you heard of the advisory committee and the recommendations they was making?
Yes.
Well, that advisory committee is in litigation. I say it's illegal under the charter. It's called a multi-member body. When you have a multi-member body of more than one person, that body is appointed by this council not to make. And if they're advising on ARPA funds, we file litigation, we think it's illegal. We'll get to that. You've been involved in these recommendations from this so-called ARPA committee.
No, we haven't made any recommendations to the committee or from the committee.
So you haven't been involved in that. Have you vetted them to see if they're in compliance with these recommendations that's coming to us?
We have vetted the applications when they came in.
You vetted the applications for these so-called nonprofits.
Yes,
And so you had that documentation in your possession at some time or another.
yes, we in the city have that documentation.
Well, you got more than us because we're requesting, and I'm requesting right now, and been requesting it for 2 or more weeks about the service center nonprofit. And I'm hearing that the same guy who say he's been talking to you for longer than 2 weeks, in my opinion, somebody in that administration has been blocking that paperwork from this council. And I use the word block. You've seen some of those paperwork. Do you have them in your possession now?
Now,
You turn them back over to the city administration.
the city has the documentation.
Okay, well, we might have to subpoena that as well. Because subpoenas ain't just people, it's documents too. Mr. Krasinski, do we have to December of 2024 to allocate this money?
Yes,
And then we have until December, after the allocation, we have to December of 2026 to have it spent.
spent, correct.
Mr. Krasinski, do you know, if you do know, do you know in the category of home improvement, you're familiar with the category of home improvement?
Yes,
Do you know in the category of home improvement, you looked at some of the documents for the nonprofits such as, maybe example, Habitat for Humanity, correct?
we looked at the documents to confirm that they met the requirements of the application.
For compliance. Do you know whether or not, for example, tell me if I need to clarify, if we had, you remember those 700 initial request forms?
Of course.
You do remember those. If we went through those 700 initial request forms and we see a request from residents for, say, 200 groups, from what you know, if you know, and if you need more time, could the city of Flint purchasing department put that 200 roofs out for bids and see how many contractors apply? Could it be done that way?
Yeah, let me make sure I understand. So if we went through the 700 application input forms,
For example,
it said, hey, there's 200 roofs that citizens are requesting to be repaired or redone. Could you pull that out of those applications and go out for bid for 200 roofs?
Yeah, something of what we did during the pipe replacement program. We put that out for bid.
I don't see why not.
You don't see why not?
From an eligibility perspective, it would be, that one thing I'd have to check is making sure that there aren't any requirements on income qualification, but I just have to check that. But the process would be
Say that again.
making sure that somebody who's requesting a roof qualifies for an income.
Right, you're talking about the contract.
Yes, sir.
So once you check that out, or if we was to request that you check it out now, or start checking it out, that process as it relates to compliance, you could come back and tell us that process is in compliance, but then you have to wait to see who won the bids and check again.
Yeah, so the way the process would work in that example would be that, let's assume there's 200 roofs, you would put those out to bid. You would get contracts back for evaluation by the city, go through a procurement process. Then what would happen is the city would hire those contractors to do the work, and we would complete monitoring to ensure that the dollars were spent consistent with what the contracts did.
And your firm could monitor that compliance with those contracts.
Correct.
And it could be done the same way, whether it was roofs, vinyl siding, windows, or whatever.
Process would be the same.
Do you think that that process of monitoring contractors and doing those type of home improvements, do you think that would raise your initial bid up right now? How much have y'all spent?
I mean, I don't know.
I got a call from a media outlet person, and I was waiting to get here, because he said in the middle of some type of ominous Aquaform resolution, there was a request from Ernst & Young for $600,000. Are you familiar with that request?
Request to who?
Ernst & Young.
Can you say that again? Can you say it again?
You don't think that Ernst & Young have spent $600,000 out of that contract yet?
Oh, yes, we spent more than 600,000.
And that $600,000 that's been used up was with your interaction with the alleged 12-member advisory committee and the administration. It hasn't been with council folks.
Well,
So
some of the
there's no
interaction has
which
been.
council members was involved. And the eating up of that $600,000, I know when I was president, I appointed an ad hoc committee of Liddell Lewis and Chris Priestley. Have you seen them over the period of time that you spent that $600,000 in collaboration with both?
Yes, of course.
Which one, did you see, one or both?
Depending on the date, I've seen one or both.
So you've seen one or both. I don't want to go any further right now, but I do want to start allocating this money. And I do want to start a process where we give stuff out for people. Some of that might not have to do with you, but I just want to see if you could monitor that compliance. And is that too far-fetched? I'm ready to do some working sessions. I'm gonna call it working sessions with this administration, with you, and with this council, so we can get this money allocated and I would off the dime. I'm gonna relinquish the mic. It's good to see you. I'm gonna start out with telling you the truth. I'm gonna find out why y'all haven't been engaged with this council as a whole. I'm gonna find out who in the administration was not communicating when we requested. I don't care if there were 2 people on the ARPA ad hoc committee. It was Clyde, that was the mayor. But I'm gonna tell you from this point on, based upon the votes I'm counting, y'all might wanna cooperate with this 9-member body. Those subpoenas might be getting ready to fly not only for people, but for paperwork.
If I may.
Yes, we made it in. I'll see what my colleagues got to say. Madam Chair, maybe.
I mean, honestly, you have the contact information. The best way is to send an email at the clerk.
Could you say that again?
You have my contact information. If you want to have a concrete way, send a note through the clerk and ask me questions, call me, whatever you want to do.
Well, I'll say this, I haven't talked, but I know you've always said we could. The 2 members on the ad hoc committee that you said you've interacted with, they've heard us request it. Maybe they didn't tell you. Mr. Edwards, it's a debate whether or not he told you 2 weeks ago or more than 2 weeks. Somebody ain't been straight up with me, because I hear good. I try to keep the earwax out of my ears, and I try to talk pretty good. So we'll get to the bottom of it, but will we get there voluntarily? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other, Madam Chair? Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you for coming. It was a short notice for me that you was going to be here today. I would prefer, somebody sent an email to us, so, we could have been prepared, at least me, to be able to ask some questions, but I wrote some questions down on my head that I wanted to ask. Thank you for allowing me, Councilwoman Burns was, how much funding in the district have you gotten or secured to help support programs, projects, and activities outside of the $94 million?
So, as part of the contract using federal dollars, we do not allow, we cannot allow.
Well, let me take that word out. How much funding have you
We
secured?
don't go out and secure other.
How much funding have you secured in addition to the $94 million? When we first gave you a contract for $1 million and you, told us that you were going to go and look for additional dollars to help support.
We've identified a number of opportunities, but again, we do not go out and contract for additional dollars, and that's not part of our scope of work. But we do identify other funding opportunities. There are matching dollars that are consistent with a number of the programs that we have. And there's also more information that the city can provide you in terms of what we've suggested to move forward in terms of requests for additional dollars.
So, I do not believe that, when I voted for the contract with you guys, that you guys were not going to look, I was under the assumption that you guys were going to go and look for additional dollars to bring to the city of Flint. So, glad we got that fixed, so I'm not going, I want to keep that in my head, because I know you guys got another contract coming up for us to give you some additional dollars, so I take that into consideration. So we have gave you close to $1 million to oversee the $94 million with no expectations of, going to say, okay, well, maybe you got some federal funding. Because where I'm going is, the residents has been advocating for $20 million for a home improvement. We, when you look at the allocation and the earmarks of the ARPA funding, you do not have, $20 million reflected in this budget. So when we pass this budget as today and the allocation to the 94, $20 million won't be allocated towards, helping homeowners with home improvement. And right now, the cost that I'm getting is, even though we allocated funding, and I know I was one that said, let's, start somewhere. But even to start somewhere, when they call an agency to try to see if they can get some help, they keep telling them right now they don't have no funding. So even though we allocated some funding, when people are calling the places that we allocated funding, they still tell them that they don't have the funding. So I think that's something we need to look at and see what's going on with that, because they know something in the book ain't clean. If we done allocated 1.5 to one and 1.5 to the other, and y'all still telling the residents y'all ain't got no money, something in the milk ain't clean. The other, question is, the nonprofits and the businesses that has been applying for funding, for one, Catholic Charities, they got a $3.5 million, tiny home project in the third ward, second ward, area on Ward and Saginaw Street. And they applied for some ARPA funding, and these is for home veterans to become homeowners. They applied for funding, but when I look at the ARPA budget, I don't see no funding for them whatsoever. So when applications, when people apply, do you look at those applications, and when you make recommendations?
We do not make recommendations on the applications. We review them for compliance with the requirements. The recommendations are from the city.
So, when you look at that application, did they meet the requirements in your opinion?
I don't know, I don't have that one with me, I don't know how it was, but there's been none, by the way, did we reject. All we did was know whether they were fully compliant or if they needed other documents. As well, we reached out to, and I don't know the specific situation, we reached out to them and gave them time to get additional documents. We did not, in any situation, deny an application that wasn't our responsibility.
Okay. So here, since I wasn't prepared for you to come today, as I saw on the agenda that you was added on, what I'll do is, I'll email you any of my concerns.
For sure.
in addition to this.
But understand, we didn't do any reviews of those applications from the committee was, we had nothing to do with that committee.
Do you guys have an office in City Hall?
We don't have an office, no.
Because I remember that was something also that you guys would have someone inside City Hall when we first approved the contract.
We're around, but we don't have an office.
How
But understand on the review point though, see, we review for compliance and eligibility. We don't review for whatever the review committee's recommendations should or should not be. That's not our goal.
So that was my point with the Catholic Charities. When they put in the application, in your opinion, because you said you looked at applications to make sure they were compliant, but you don't recall.
Well, I don't know about that one specifically, but we don't
I'm
have.
just bringing one up, because for $1 million,
But I guess what I'm saying is we don't make an opinion on whether an application is good or bad.
okay.
You know what I mean? If we're not part of the evaluation of the underlying activity.
I'm just trying to see if was they in compliance, and not only
I
them.
can certainly check if they had any deficiencies, but as I said before, we didn't exclude any.
Do you have a list of those that you have made recommendations that's not in compliance, that apply, that you give to?
So we didn't make any recommendations.
Say that again?
We did not make any recommendations.
I didn't say recommendations, hear what I'm saying again. I said, do you have a list of the organizations or businesses or any applications that you have reviewed that you consider either non-in-compliance or in compliance?
We can provide that list.
That you have gave to the, administration that maybe we can review to see, okay, well, when people calling us about applications, we can see whether they was in compliance or not in compliance. And this may be the reason why you didn't get recommended funding, because when you applied, you wasn't in compliance, not recommendations, compliance.
I'll have to go look. I don't recall anybody being, there was never any exclusion of an application.
That's why I wanted to, what I'll do, in all due respect of your time, and my colleagues maybe need to ask questions, I'm sure they got a whole bunch to ask.
Yeah.
That I'll email you, but one takeaway of this conversation that is sticking with me, that's problematic to me, is that looking for additional funding outside of the 94 million. That was not my assumption when I approved the contract for Ernst & Young. I thought you guys were going to go and look for additional funding that we could leverage to bring, be like, okay, well, you got some federal dollars that maybe you guys can apply for that to help with roads, sidewalks, blight, housing, in addition to the 94 million to help us. So I thought that's what you guys were going to be, the extra eyes and ears to help bring funding to the city of Atlanta. I'm done.
Thank you. Ms. Burks, thank you.
Hello. Long time no see. How are you? I just have a
Brian J. I have some quick questions for you. So I just want to reiterate so that I'm clear. You have not been, you were just informed how long ago that we would like to have you?
Probably a few weeks ago.
Okay. Well,
There has been, boy, I think this was months ago, a question about the review committee, but again, we're not part of the review committee, so there's no reason to do that. This was months ago, though.
Okay, he said it was months ago. So I will wrap it back around so that it will be able to hear Council May. So we have been asking members of the council for months for you to come, because we had some questions. And actually months before, we put in a lawsuit because there was lack of transparency. I didn't find you to be not transparent. You were always direct and straightforward, and I appreciate that part. So I get that. So, but my question, because the 12-person ARPA committee, which I do have an issue with, because according to our charter, it is a multi-member body. Multi-member body is more than one person, and they're making recommendations, just like our citywide advisory, just like our zoning board. They're making recommendations to, do we move forward with this amount, is it approved or not approved? And those, you're not making the recommendation, the 12-member ARPA advisory committee, is that correct?
Yeah, we're agnostic to the review committee for those 15 million people.
Yep, and I get it.
There's no requirement to have a committee.
And I get it. But I'm just kind of like, walking through the steps. I don't think some people may understand, like, what your role is. So when we receive, or we haven't received a lot of things, and that's why we're asking you to be here. I think Councilman Murphy was asking about leverage funds. Were there any leverage funds or programs with the amount, the ARPA's request, were you able to get any leverage funds? And if you could, and I know you may not have that at this podium today, if you could,
I mean, there has been leveraging that
Right.
the city has received as part of some of the other grants
Right.
or uses of dollars. An example
Land
would be the
bank.
land bank. There's other examples like the GM.
We work with the county or Ashland County.
That's leveraging. There are communities that put in place with their ARPA dollars a requirement that if I'm going to give you $1 or $1,000, you're going to put in $1,000 as well. That's not a requirement that the city has put in place.
So I think that was part of what you were saying, you were asking, were there any leverage funds?
There are other leveraging. There are other dollars that have been trying to leverage it, but you've gotten other dollars attached to the spend of the ARPA dollars.
Right. So, and I just want to kind of clear that up. We have had, when you were given and looked at, organizations who wanted funds, on our last meeting, we had 3 to be determined. Did you have any to be determined? I don't know how you give money to an organization that don't have a name.
Yeah, so what we were doing, when we were getting applications, to the extent we had anything that we could not identify who the entity was, couldn't prove that they existed, as an example, 2 things we did. We continued to reach out to them through electronic, and then as well through the groups that were assisting with the applicants themselves to try and obtain that information. In fact, the city left it open for, I want to say, up to 20 to 30 days for folks to respond to those things.
And that was the March deadline, correct?
Yeah, and then they left it open. The other thing that I want to be clear on is there was never a removal of an entity from the information that went to the review people, the review committee. So even if they didn't have all their documentation, we would know that, but we didn't exclude it. It wasn't something the committee should have considered.
Right, and I don't know when we got a resolution change, from the cycle. We received 3 to be determined. And to be determined is a non-entity, there was no name, but a request underneath the neighborhood engagement hub to be determined. And I think we're giving money You gotta have a name.
These were the recommendations that the
These were
city made to
recommendations,
you. Like, I'll have to go back and look.
And these just came up in our last meeting. Or maybe, I'll get it. And so when we had to be determined, and my question was, these are counties, I know that you gotta have a name. You know, I know that I know that. And so that to me was a concern. Then one of the other concerns is organizations who were applying for, say, 25,000, somebody approved to give them 50,000. We don't know where these amount changes came from. And that to me, that makes no sense to me.
And that's from the review committee, that's not from us.
That's right. I'm glad you said you could clear that part up. That it is not from yours, it is from the 12-person review committee.
Well, let me restate. What the review committee did and then what the city actually recommended may not be the exact same things. We're not part of that, so I don't know. In that case, I don't know.
Okay, and so my concern was the organizations, one, no names, to be determined. We shouldn't be approving anything with no name on. Also, some organizations, there weren't full disclosures. We've got council members who have put in for our funds, it wasn't disclosed. And that to me is a problem.
Right.
And
if I can, so on that, we ran, what we did to support the city's processes for every review committee member was a conflict of interest form completed. And we gave any notifications of conflicts back to the city for them to work with the committee to resolve how they were going to deal with that. As far as dollars that actually go out, when those dollars are actually approved, if they're approved, then we will go through and have another review of conflict of interest, because there are different types, levels of conflict of interest. Can they be resolved, can they not, and so forth. That's part of the ultimate contract. Yes.
And then thank you for that. That was leading to one of my other questions. So with the conflict of interest form, we do have council people who have put in, for these ARPA funds, and there's really been no full disclosure. And so would that have been a request to have them fill out the conflict of interest form?
Yeah, so our conflict of interest forms were with the committee, though we didn't send it to the council.
Okay, so we haven't seen. So, did you design the form? Did you create the form for conflict of interest?
We made suggestions as to what the conflict of interest should be asking, and then the city, well, I don't know who actually finalized the conflict of interest form. We took the results, which was the disclosures, and we identified through the process whether certain entities that were applying and so forth were affiliated in any way, and we noted that back to the city.
Well, I'm giving one example. Cyrus Park was one that was given. Did you approve that, or did you suggest filling out a conflict of interest form?
I'm sorry.
Cyrus Park Organization.
I don't know.
Okay, that one was for 50,000. And
But are you asking if you look at,
have you seen?
when you say conflict of interest,
Would that have been a conflict of interest for council? You had a council person who did put in, or Cyrus Park was to receive 50,000. We haven't seen a conflict of interest form at all.
you wouldn't at this stage, right? It's a recommendation, so if that relationship is identified, it can be denied or it can be found when we do once the funds are actually allocated, there will be.
Haven't been allocated yet. And then the
Then
board
we
members
do
were
another-
changed on Cyrus Park. Once it was brought to, is it something like that? I mean.
Whoa, here we go. Wait a minute.
So, when the board members were changed, once the council found out that the director and president was a council member, it was changed. And we've never received a conflict of interest from any, we didn't even know, we actually found out during the meeting. We had no idea as we were reading the resolution.
Yeah, we wouldn't have seen that.
Okay, so that would have been on the 12-person, our advisory committee.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a second council member. And your organization, her organization does actually great work. She wasn't on council prior. So would she have to go back to refill out, or would that be a recommendation?
Well, there's a couple different ways to deal with conflicts of interest, right? Are they actual conflicts of interest where that individual member or something is benefiting from the grant or not? Are there ways to exclude their participation in the process? There's a number of ways to deal with what an apparent conflict might be. As well with, like, maybe an example with the review committee. I believe what they decided to do is, to the extent there was a conflict from a review committee perspective, and I was in meetings, that those folks would not vote for recommendations, so they were effectively recused and they don't always included it. So there are ways to manage these potential conflicts without just flat out denying the recommendation altogether. There's ways to work around it. It's more, in my words, it's more about making sure everyone is aware of what the relationships are and then working with that appropriately, as opposed to necessarily saying what the conflict will go from a practical perspective.
Yeah, and that, because we have not been able to, we've been invited, so you're kind of getting bombarded with some questions, and transparency was one of the very real issues, because whether it's not saying that if it's good work that you're doing, it's saying the look of not being transparent so that everyone knows. And that is to me a huge problem. When I know that we're still asking, how can we get roofs on? How can we get furnaces? How can we get windows? I mean, and I don't care who made it. I didn't get elected to, I don't care who made it. Right. That is just not my concern at this point, because I think that in full transparency, we have asked you. You've always been very straightforward in answering questions, and you were reachable. And so, I guess we would have to, we have asked for forms and we haven't received, so I hate to say, I think we're past the point of asking nicely anymore. We're way past that, and we have a very true pending deadline. We don't know how our 12-person advisory, it wasn't mine. I didn't think we had council had nothing to do with how that committee was picked. We did not. And Councilwoman Priestley said in one of the meetings that she felt that the administration was secretive, they had been kept in the dark. And that is the problem, because we don't know. How do we get 3 to be determined with no name on? That to me, that's not good. And so,
yeah, I'm not sure what document that is, so if you have it, I'll look, you don't have to give me now, it's not like I'm gonna know, but, give it to me, we'll give you the answer.
And I appreciate that, because I think that as we are all moving forward and trying to figure out how do we make the process open and transparent, it has not been open and transparent. It really, residents, and then I'm gonna say for myself, I don't feel that you would dodge it. You would always be transparent and open. You had questions and you were showing up. People felt we were dodging.
So, another thing is, if you send me the questions, call me, whatever, and then I'm on the agenda, then I'm prepared with questions. So like the 3 TBDs, I went in and say, here's what the situation is. It's a lot more efficient.
I completely agree, and let me say this. I didn't know you were here till I saw you today. I didn't know you would be here. I mean, you're always welcome to face.
No, in all fairness, I mean, Clyde mentioned that, I think it might have been 2 weeks, the last meeting, is when he texted me, so I'm happy to show up.
Okay, and so I will,
But again, I don't know if I can speak, but you guys just tell me any questions you have, we're happy to answer them, as long as they're relevant to what we're doing.
right, and that's what, I'll put mine in the email to you for further explanation, like to be determined. The role, did you give a guideline to the administration for the role of the advisory committee?
No.
Okay, because I'm really wondering.
Hold on, like a formal document?
Like a formal document or rubric, because how, here's
We give
something.
examples.
Okay, let me give you one example. If someone puts in a deadline this March, and say I put in for 7 people, I'm gonna give something from true fact. Someone put in for 25,000, and how it got to us in the resolution, it was 50,000. So, to me, it muddies our process when you're online, or you're submitting your application, and you say, okay, well, I have for my budget, they have budgets too, and I'm gonna put in for 25, then you find out later, yay, they're giving me 50, which is great, but we have got other programs, but somewhere along that account line, something is, I'm not agreeing with that.
We don't, I don't know what ultimately has been recommended to you because it's kind of coming and going, but we did identify that the review committee did make some recommendations for dollars that were higher than what we asked for, and did some movements within them. So let's say there was $1 million set aside for trees. They might have actually recommended $1 million to go out. And we advised again, not advised, we told the city, but I don't really know what ultimate recommendations you see.
And we don't either.
Right.
So that is the issue, that although these projects, they are important, we're not getting to the homeowners. And one of the homeowners, if you have a blue tire on their roof, you don't have insurance. Right. So how do we change the guidelines to where Councilman Mays was stating, and well, I believe what he's stating, like how you get to, can we put it out for bid, because then we can remove the guidelines, or how do we back it up, where Councilman Murphy is saying, to make sure at Habitat for Humanity and G-Card, that we take off the guidelines for those people those who need it the most, but their program guidelines state you need insurance, it's a requirement that you have insurance. Insurance, taxes, water bill, and some other things that are mandatory. I'm sorry, Emily, you jump right in, please.
Good evening, Council. Insurance was not part of any of this. So being in good standing is water and taxes, because those are payments due to the city. And so the city's policy about being in good standing does require that. And we have been encouraging homeowners to use the Michigan Homeowners Assistance Fund if needed if they're needing help, but it does not require insurance.
Okay, so Habitat is their program.
And so I can offer clarity.
Excuse me, Mr. Mays had your question.
Did you ask her that we, the city, put these stipulations, for example, water on there? Did we take it on, for water?
No, that is not.
I'm gonna appeal you if you say it ain't. Now, we gonna have this conversation. My request for information was to Ms. Burns. She's got the floor. Now, if you want to prove Ms. Worthing is right, do it so I can appeal it right now.
Mr. Mays, a good point of information is a request to the speaker for information for which you do not know. I'm going to complete my question. I'm not finished. Your request was to ask Ms. Burns to ask a question to somebody. So no, that was okay, there's appeal of the ruling of the chair that Mr. Mays' point of information was improper. Is there support? I think there's support on, is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
I've been on this council for close to 10 years next month. We're trying to get some business done. Now, I don't care what the folks that support you say or do, but a polite request for information to get clarification through Ms. Burns to her. We've been doing fine. Ms. Worthing has popped in there. That's not a request for information. It was to me from Ms. Burns. And Ms. Burns can decide whether or not she clear that up. And the clearing up was whether or not the city, in that example, could take that water responsibility off. We try to get business done. I'm not concerned with Ms. Worthing's politics today. I'm not concerned with your politics today. I'm concerned with trying to get answers so we can move this money. I will be voting yes to overturn you and Ms. word. Because we really trying to work as a group of folks and get the answers to these questions once they come up. Now, y'all didn't attend a working session. It was 4 of us here. Ms. Burns, Ms. Winfrey Collins, Mr. Murphy, and myself.
Right.
And that's why some folks, including you, got recall language because of the seriousness of these opera funds. And then this word is gonna play a game and you gonna agree. Let Ms. Burns decide if she wanna clarify it. Do that. That was a request for information under your movie rules to Ms. Burns. Because I would like to did for her to clear that up. But I didn't have a floor, and I didn't take the floor. I did a request for information for Ms. Burns to see if she wanted to clear that up. We never used to be handicapped with these goofy rules for 30 years. I done watched Chester Simmons, Woody Everett, McManaman, Sargent, a bunch of folks. Y'all knew and y'all had word and messed y'all up. And they buying into it. She needed to sit over there and be quiet. Through you, Madam Chair, to the clerk or somebody, whoever got their book out, the city attorney, what is a request for information? Now, knowing it's proper. You done ruled it ain't proper for me to do a request of information to Ms. Burns. I'd rather did it to the speaker. A request for information is a quick inquiry to try to clear some up. Y'all be acting like, well, he knew the answer. No, I didn't know the answer. I'm gonna read what it said. Request for information. A request for information requests information from the member holding the floor. That's who was holding the floor. Its purpose is to help a member making the request for information understand the process and the potential.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Ricardo.
Wow, you right.
Being kind of nasty today.
Yes, she is.
You know, I'm gonna be voting yes, because there was no reason for you to, rule that his request for information was out of order. Now, he requested information to Councilwoman Burns. Let her handle that. Why are you listening to Councilwoman Worthing, who often comes in late?
Yes.
We were moving around, we were moving through this meeting just fine. But now you got your people here.
Right.
And they giving you, the strength to hold down, I mean, I don't understand. Stop tripping.
Come again.
Excuse me. Let's move this meeting forward. Let's get through this. Everyone is trying to get information. I just don't understand why you would rule him out of order for just simply asking a question.
Right.
So I'll be voting yes. And I think you need to come down 1,000 with attitude.
Wait.
We were doing well, Councilwoman Priestley.
Yeah.
And I said before, last week when we had our meeting, you chaired a perfect meeting. So let's not mess it up. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
The same people who are calling others nasty are using inflammatory language. They are using a tone I wouldn't use. And I was told that I should just shut up and not say a word during this meeting. That's inappropriate. That's what's nasty. That none of this inflammatory language has place on this council.
first thing I've said all week long. I've heard mostly Mr. Mays' voice. And that point of information was not to verify something that the speaker was saying. It was, hey, I don't have the floor right now, so you ask for me. That's not how this works. We have rules. And we follow the rules. We don't need to call each other names. We don't have to imply that someone's mean or not sharing correctly because they're following the rules. This is an adult meeting in which we can all say, I don't agree, without calling someone else a name. I would like to have a professional meeting and just get the work done. So let's see if we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Brooks.
And I'm sorry, because I'm sorry we have to stop to address it, you know, but it would have been a lot quicker to just go ahead and have, that was a good question that needs to be answered. And I'm gonna have to still ask it when we're done with the appeal. Sometimes the role of the chairs keep the meeting flowing. There was nothing wrong with asking that question. And I would say when people talk about making a meeting professional and acting with decorum, you don't call people narcissistic assholes, you don't call people ghetto, and you don't call people.
Ms. Mitchell.
None of that was your meeting. It has nothing to do with what we are speaking on at this moment, which was Mr. Mays' preliminary.
Madam Chair, can you warn
That
us
is
for
correct.
illegally taking the floor?
No,
Because it does,
no, ma'am,
yes, it does.
that is a correct point of order.
She spoke to decorum, and you're protecting her.
No, I
Yes,
am
you
not.
are. She spoke to decorum and professionalism. Let's talk about her professionalism, or they were lacking.
Let's stay on the
Then you don't get to tell me she was not going to speak. She spoke to Mr. Mays' question, so she spoke as if he knew, as if she knew his motive. Robert 43.21, 20 and 21, her favorite one. You're blocking right now. My point is this, I have the floor. Excuse me, and you're interrupting.
I've got to rule on Ms. Worthing's point.
Well, we know you're not gonna give her a warning.
I'm not going to give anybody a warning unless they have repeated violations of the rules and interrupt this meeting. The purpose of this meeting is to get the business done. All of these interruptions and all these, I'm not going that because then I'm going to be out of order. So, Mr. Mays, what was your point of
My
order?
point of order, and I'm glad you said that. The two repeated interruptions is Ms. Word. Two of them so far, and I'm sure at least some more. But what she called the point of order was, you know, we wrong. I look at a lot of TV, and I'm seeing folks on TV on Kelly and Mark cussing. I had already been suspended for 30 days for cussing. She cussed. She said narcissistic secretary. You done said the N-word.
Point of order.
My point is this, I was waiting for you to prove, if you prove that she's out and that she's in the work, I'm gonna appeal you again. That's my point, I'm just warning you.
What was your point of order?
This is just a repeat of what I called a point of order on the first time.
You are correct, it is a repeat. And this meeting has not, we are discussing things that occur at this meeting, not at meetings in the past. I'm ruling that that was a proper point.
I'll appeal the ruling of the
Okay,
chair.
just a second.
That's why the city's. That's why I go the way it goes. They will not want it. You're right, the shady bunch. This is ridiculous. And then when she get ready to leave, she want an escort. Yeah. All these taxes. Ridiculous. The meeting was going very well.
Excuse me. Ms. Biggs.
Don't call my name.
Please, we're gonna keep order in this room this evening.
Okay, but you ain't supposed to call
So,
my
going
name.
on, we are still on the appeal, I'm sorry, I need to have a second on the appeal that I said that Ms. Irving's point of order was proper.
second that.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll come back to your appeal. Let's finish this one.
So when you talk about, you can't say hypothetically what someone else is thinking. She's now into her third one, and she does this every single time. And so when she speaks of form and she speaks of past behavior, that door is already wide open. She opened it and she just stepped through it. And so you can't say, we just speak this. You are really confining people, just like the gentleman who was at the podium, you cannot be fair. You want to tell him to sit down. You can say to him, you know, sir, you can't speak at the podium, but you can't direct him to sit down. These people are grown. And you have to act like you want respect. You need to respect the grown-up adults. So, Councilman Mays asking that question, the rules, some of these rules don't even make sense. Some of them contradict themselves. Just like the open meeting, we put out one meeting, we are clear violation of the Meetings Act, because we adjourn those meetings. So if a person is put out a committee, and then they come back to governmental office, that is a second meeting. That's a whole new meeting. That person hasn't been put out of that meeting yet. So some of these rules, they are goofy rules. And so we do need to do a working session to go over these rules. You are coming in here, you are ruling like an iron fist 3 times, that's repeated. She's done point of order. And you're not seeing this. You're not seeing it. When you want a good meeting to go, you have to have a flow. We've been waiting a long time for Ernst & Young to be here, Brian to be here. And we wouldn't have got bogged down. Let me deal with it because I have the floor, which I was going to ask that anyway. It's for me to ask this dear question. Yes, he probably does. We don't know. So yes, it's a legitimate question because we were told that Ernst & Young, Habitat for Humanity and all these other places, which is why Emily came forward, you know, have they taken off these restrictions? Because the residents are saying when they call, they're telling them, one, the list is behind. Habitat is saying they won't get that money until January, maybe February. So there's a lot of questions. So Emily's stepping towards it saying, hey, I got the answer. And Councilman Mays, let's do it now. We can be done and not into these appeals. But you have one council person that has three of them. Points of order, and you have given her no warning. That's unfair treatment.
Any other discussion on this appeal? Hearing none, oh, go ahead, Ms.
Thank you.
Dr. Lewis.
Thank you. So, one thing that we set out to do as legislators for the city is to make rules, laws, and if we want to make rules and laws for the residents, we need to follow the same laws. Unfortunately, you can't use a request for information in that manner. This was the same offense that our rules were made out of order for the last meeting at the very beginning. We are getting a certain amount of time to talk.
What's your point?
My point is, if you stated before it has to be about this meeting, Councilwoman Lewis should not be talking about what Councilman Mays did last meeting.
You are correct. You are correct. Thank you. Go ahead.
So it is germane to what we're saying because it's the same violation this meeting. So last meeting gets transferred into this meeting. So definitely thank you for that point. And so what we need to do, especially if we are senior council people that have been here for almost 12 years, it is imperative that we follow the rules. Regardless.
What's your point?
I'm not gonna allow her. She's making decorum. She's making a dig. Senior council people been here for 12 years. That's insulting. And what's gonna happen on the back end of that, he's gonna say something, we'll be into 20 more
That is
years.
improper. Thank you. Go ahead.
So, you know, I've been here too. When you boast and say how long you've been here, then we can definitely repeat the fact.
Request
That the point is.
What's your request?
The pact is 10 years, not 12. That's not a pact of 12 years. What do you got?
Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
And so as I continue to speak, and I continue to get bombarded with points of order, requests for information, this is the same thing that happened when I was here, Ms. Priestley. When you call out someone for breaking the rules, all of a sudden someone tells you that you need to stop tripping. And you need to do as we tell you to do. So this meeting can flow smoothly. This is not what democracy looks like. This is not what we signed up for, and this is not the correct following of the rules. So, I want to encourage you to continue to be fair. If Ms. Worthing, when she called out the rule, either it's wrong or right. If it's wrong, vote it down. If it's right, then, then it's in order. But right now, according to the rules that we have on this book to govern this council, she was in order. And I'm sorry that you continue to get battered. I'm sorry that leadership continues to get battered for doing what's right. We continue to get jumped on like we don't know what we're doing, like we're out of line. We need to continue to stand for what's right. And in this instance right here, he was out of order. And that's what's right. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Through you two, what was the question that Mr. Mays asked?
He was asking, he had done a point of information and was requesting Ms. Burns to ask Mr. Jasinski a question for him.
What was the question?
I didn't finish it.
You didn't finish the question?
He said when he started the question, it was, could you ask him for me? And that's what it was called out for. Because he was not using that point of information correctly.
So you didn't allow him to even finish the request for information?
Before it was called, no. And as you know, we must, when a point of information is, or point of order is
Yeah, no, I
raised,
understand that, but.
you can answer that immediately. But when you're asking someone.
I understand, no, you can. So, the request for information asking is invalid if the information is asked for the requester already knows the answer to, we didn't let him finish. So, how can we say it was invalid? Could you have reworded it, or did you, if we had finished it, would you change the language to make it into a formal question to ask her? No. We didn't let him finish. So I'm trying to maybe you didn't word it correctly at the beginning, but not allowing him to finish, I don't understand how we can say he's out of order. Didn't allow him to finish. I mean, theoretically, you would, for the rules, you would allow somebody to finish the request for information before you rule. So, I don't know, maybe it was gonna be invalid or trying to gain the floor, but if you didn't allow him to finish the proper rule on it, you cut him off before it was even, finished. So, we'll be voting against the chair because at this point, I don't even know what the request was, if it was invalid. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Here we are, it's going on 7 o'clock, God started at 5 o'clock, it was running late when we started here, actually at 5 o'clock, we're 2 hours in, we got finance, legislative, government ops, that we still need to go over, just on the resolution that we had not even got to, special order, and I appreciate the fact that we're bringing entrepreneurs in to discuss this issue. When, the question was coming up about, the, requirements, me knowing that that's been one of the, things that I've been speaking on from day one. I was following my colleagues who were asking questions because I'm interested in hearing what you guys have to say. And y'all ask interesting questions, but make me go think and be like, let me think about it. So when she came up and clarified that the taxes and the water had to be paid, she didn't have to have insurance. And Councilman May signed in with the point of information I wanted to hear what he had to say to go back in reflection to was the question that, Councilwoman Burns were asking. If we just would allow him the opportunity to finish his question, I think what happened was we jumped real quick with a point of order, and now here we are, 20, 30 minutes into whether his point of order was improper or proper, when all we had to do is give him the 2 or 3 minutes, 30 seconds to ask the question. And if we keep going on this trajectory, when it comes down to us, point of order to somebody, because we need to kind of step back a little bit. And I think because we're so harsh on the rules and sticking to the rules and the rules and, govern the rules. And I understand we do these rules, we need to be governed by some rules, but like, come on, y'all, take a deep breath sometimes. And then go on and ask this, point of information, whether it's proper or improper. Come on, guys. Here we are, going through, wasting time on appeal after appeal after appeal. So right after this appeal, we got to go another appeal. We still ain't got to the resolution. And then here y'all got $1 million property that y'all got here that's probably on the clock, getting paid, charging the city, while he's sitting in here waiting on us to appeal these point of orders. And we're wasting time in this.
Okay, so I already stated my reasoning for what I ruled is that a request for information is, for the member making the request to understand the process and the potential consequences of the next vote. A request for information that asks a question for which the requester already knows the answer is improper. That is true. That is not what happened necessarily in this case. But the case is that Mr. Mays was asking Ms. Burns to ask the question for him when he could have gotten the floor later on, because we don't have a time limit or number of rounds on this discussion item. So, no sustains the ruling of the chair, and I guess vote overturns the ruling of the chair. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Ms. Richard?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Was it 5 yes, 4 no?
The vote is 5 yes, 4 no, that ruling stands. The next, appeal, go ahead. Five yes, 4 no. You need 6 to overturn the ruling of the chair.
No, you don't.
Okay, so I'm sorry about that. So that is overturned. Okay, so now the second appeal is the, that was saying, was for me ruling that this room's point of information, point of order was proper. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
When I'm listening to Mr. Murphy, and I want the audience and other council members, the city attorney, the clerk, I want everybody to listen to this. Mr. Murphy is right when he said the appeals take up time. But the appeals are so important, because if we don't correct that out of order, and we get a warning after the second warning, you escorted out of the meeting. These are major appeals. And even though we want to get through with the meeting, we have to appeal for our political life. And you can see how it frustrates Ms. Lewis, it frustrates the chair when we appeal. Because they're issuing out warnings like Halloween candy. And if we don't appeal in the first 10, 15 minutes of the meeting, we're removed for a second warning. Amen. We would love to let some of these out of orders and appeals go. But the residents that voted us in these seats don't want us to give up the fight like that. They want representation in their ward. And what's so funny about it is this word that can do 2 or 3 of them and always be right. We can do one and we out of order. So they're very important. And then you can hear the hypocritism between, in this case, Priestley and Liddell Woods and Sharon, if you use it multiple times. Well, the only multiple abusers so far is sometimes it be Miss Worthy, but she ain't out of order.
No.
Shady bunch.
So it's a funny thing that's going on, and you got to watch the voting patterns of those who always vote with the children. They want something. They want inclusiveness. They want to be included. We supposed to vote on the letter of the law, the rules. So I did appeal this one because Ms. Burns, she would not give it you 2. We supposed to knock it down. Ms. Worthy don't be right. She's right. You're out of order. You're right, Mr. Murphy. Folks need to relax. Relax. It do matter if you're right or wrong, but it ain't the same people being wrong at the time and the same people being right. It's just there for everybody to see.
Is there any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
I hope that we get a grasp of this meeting, and I'm gonna say this. We have not, as Councilman Murphy stated, gotten into our agenda. We did not know Ernst & Young would be here. When other council members were not here prior to this, you chaired a very good meeting. It was very fair, it was very equitable, and we finished. We finished. I don't know if you feel a responsibility, because we do know that the council member in the 9th ward put on social media that they're about to lose their 5 votes. To the big poster, they put it all over social media. Those 5 votes. We no longer have our 5 votes. And she begins, I don't know who the 5 votes are, but I know she thinks she often puts the 3 that she thinks doesn't agree. So when we talk about this, and you come and how you're chairing, when they weren't here, you chaired a great meeting. I don't know if it's an influence, because to read Councilman Mays out, you kind of got to let him finish what he's saying. You cut him off and you immediately agreed with her, without even allowing him to complete his thought process, to complete his sentences, and then you immediately agreed with her. And you're the chair, you redirect. None of that happened. That was our order. And everything's a no, 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 very sharp and decisive and cutting it off. If you keep this way, you're gonna have another meeting that's a dumpster fire. You've gotten up about 4 or 5 times to walk out of meetings because you became overwhelmed. And if you're trying to keep everyone with the role of chair in the meeting, you have to chair fairly. He didn't even finish, and we have been waiting months to find out these questions. I mean, how does happen to manage, because the residents are being told if you don't have insurance, and that the list and the information is not consistent. And so we have them here. Let us ask questions. Don't come as like a group and as Councilwoman Burke said, their 5 votes, and I'm assuming you're her 5 votes. And right now, if you're her 5 vote, you're not sharing fairly. And we're asking to get through this, to allow some leeway so we can get good information from the compliance firm, from the director of planning and development, from Emily Dorr, so we can give the information that this community wants and they need. I'm asking you kindly, pull back. Put on, the cool Judy that we had those other meetings. Let's get it done. Let's open up the doors so we can be fair to everybody. So that we don't have a meeting that we're not. And these are some big agendas. Very big. And we're gonna keep going down this rabbit hole. And she's had 3 point orders and you haven't given her any warnings. Let's be fair, please.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
post on social media since it was mentioned. It is to get the word out to my constituents. I am not embarrassed nor ashamed of you reporting it, if that's what you want to do. We no longer have 5 votes for civility on this council. We have members that would rather cause chaos than get the work done. I'm not ashamed to say that.
What's your point? This is your game.
I can count, and so can you. But you make sure you let me finish before you try to check.
Go ahead, what is your point?
My point is for her to speak to the motives of the council members. She shouldn't be doing that. That she can't have with the other members what we're doing with civility. So what is she saying? That the other members are not civil? She's speaking to our motives. You need to check her.
Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
You can't say whatever you want about others and then get so upset when your actions are mentioned. It just doesn't work that way. I didn't interrupt. I didn't scream. I didn't say check her. It's so unprofessional. And it's not needed here. So what was happening to Ms. Lewis is now happening to Ms. Priestley. It is intimidation. You better share this meeting the way I want you to, or your voice is just so horrible when I've heard no one scream. I've not heard Ms. Priestley raise her voice, unlike others. I've not heard her intimidate or threaten. She is simply ruled. And we all have a right to be here and vote. We all have a right to vote for our constituents. And so you are silencing those in the 2nd, 4th, and 9th ward when you constantly interrupt and say, warn her, check her. It's juvenile. I'm going to be voting in the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Hearing none. I've heard Mr. Pfeiffer first and then.
For you to, can you tell me what this is about?
It was that it was the appealing and ruling saying that I said that Ms. Worthing's point of order was proper when she said that he needed to stay on, that he used the point of information incorrectly. One thing you guys just listened to. What's your point, Mr. Mays?
What is the deal about saying she was in order, point of order was okay because they were talking about people and other than the bill, what that point of order said was out of order.
I restated it as I was.
Ms. Burns was saying something to that point of order. She can't go in there.
Mr. Mason, I restated the appeal, and what I stated is what I wrote. Appealing the ruling of the chair for saying that Ms. Worthing's point of order was proper. So you appealed that ruling that I said that it was proper.
I didn't have to because folks were talking about other folks. See, folks was talking about other folks, and she said point of order, and you ruled that she was right. Folks didn't talk about other folks.
Mr. Pfeiffer has the floor.
Madam Chair, can you tell me what her point of order, why she called the point of order, was her statement on point of order of this conversation?
It was calling motives out, and not motives. I have to go back and.
You don't know. No.
Understand and say what you want to say. Right now. It was because there were basically names being called or said, saying that people were saying names, basically, it's something like that. Go ahead, Ms.
Okay,
Yeah, please, because I'm tired too.
It is, you Madam Chair, Councilman Pfeiffer, it was Robert's Rule 43.21, addressing the motives of other council members. You know, when you make a statement, say like, I know what you're going to do, and, 43.21, she had a cross-ability and some of the other, it was drawn a conclusion.
But I guess I'm so confused.
Yeah, it's a lot, yeah.
It's a lot.
You know, I was saying, I don't know.
That wasn't what it was about. Can we ask for justification from the clerk?
She's going, no, you can't. So it's just been a mishmash. Are you done, Mr. President?
I think, somebody seems to know where it is, I'll make a motion to take this.
Okay, there's motion on the floor to table the appeal. Is there a second?
I support.
It's been moved and properly seconded to table the appeal. And I don't think that there is any discussion on that.
You can order, point of order, you can order without objection. Table this debate.
It's not debatable. Go ahead, roll call vote to table this appeal. Mr. Rose?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Mr. Garland?
Yes.
Mr. Garland?
Yes.
Ms. Shad?
Yes.
Mr. Piper? Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
So it's 7 yes, 2 no? The vote is 7 yes, 2 no, that motion has been tabled. Go ahead, Ms. Curran, you have the floor.
Thank you. So Emily and Mr. Brzezinski. Okay, so,
I can finish my answer now.
yes.
So the answer was that for ARPA-funded home repair, it is the city's policy that the homeowner must be in good standing. That is not a federal policy, that is the city policy, and that is taxes and water. For CDBG-funded home repair, it is a federal policy that requires good standing and insurance. So Habitat does have both, and I think that sometimes it does get a little convoluted, but I just wanted to clarify that CDBG federal policy requires water taxes and insurance. ARPA doesn't require any of it, but the city's policy for everything is good standing water taxes. Thank you.
Okay, so with Shelley, Mrs. Sparks Green, so that clears the issue with the blue roofs, the blue tarps on the roof that they won't have to have insurance, but they can get it. Now, does Habitat, are they saying when they call that if you are a Flint, because they serve the county, so are they letting residents know that insurance is not a requirement to get that? Are they in a separate pool from other people? Did I say that right?
I think the confusion is perhaps when people call Habitat currently, the response is being answered under CDBG rules and not under ARPA rules, and we will figure that out with them. So,
will we have
yeah.
something that we can give to residents so that they will know if we're applying from Habitat or is it Metro and G-Car, that what their requirements are so that we can all be on the same page? Because insurance was the #1 issue for these residents who want to apply for. So,
Yeah, and all of the ARPA-funded home repair approvals that you have made do not require insurance.
okay, do you know when they're gonna open it up? Because I think Habitat's saying they're not taking any application. Not that I called to see for some residents, so that I can give them good information. They're stating that they are not accepting applications, and I know it's time to transfer, but they won't get it until January or maybe February.
So I'm not sure if that January, February reference, if that's a CDBG or an ARPA reference.
Okay.
But I will say that the CDBG contracts from the 23-24 action plan are being put into play now, and the ARPA contracts that you have all approved are being put into play now. And so it's hard to know a specific reference that was made, but we are pleased to get these dollars out the door to the public.
So these 600 or 700, I don't know how many turned in applications. I don't think I ever got a number, say almost 800, that should cover everybody. Are we contacting those people, because a lot of those people put that, those residents put on there, they need a furnace, they need a roof. Are we contacting them and letting them know, you need to apply, to have your home repaired or disrepair, we need you to apply, for a Habitat Metro or G-Card? Are we doing?
That is my understanding that the Office of Public Health is overseeing that, and the Chief Resiliency Officer is over that. Office of
So
Public
Ms.
Health.
Sparks Green,
Yes.
Mrs. Sparks Green, are we doing, now I'm sorry, we don't get all y'all in the room. So, and thank you, so, and I'm pretty much done with questions with you, I'm sorry. But thank you, I'm done with you. So, but it's gonna be some others, so I won't go too far. So does this also, are the navigators contacting those residents who said, hey, I need to get my roof? Are they contacting these people to tell them to apply at those 3 agencies?
Yes.
Okay, and that's good.
Yeah. So the paper applications that they receive, they're contacting those individuals and letting them know. We're still in the process of setting up the meetings, because contracts are signed. So we're now in the process of setting up the community meetings so they can let everybody know how to apply.
Okay, and you will be getting like a, because there is a lot of confusion with it.
Yeah.
And I know you and I have been in constant.
Yeah.
So to have that information, I'm going to put it, well, I know you're going to put it on the city website so that so we can have a place to direct them.
Which point?
Through you to the speaker, I'm hearing that Habitat is telling people that they don't have money.
Yeah. True, that's true.
So, through you to Ms. Green, if you telling people to call Habitat and they telling people that they ain't got no funding, why don't you, send people down to Big Road?
So, yeah, I mean,
So-
you can't pretend like he didn't say it, yes,
So they haven't received the money because the contracts are just being signed.
okay.
So we're in the process, so I don't know what you're telling people at this particular point.
They
But
are
we're
going to
gonna,
have funding.
we're gonna get it, so they know, so right now, because the contracts are just being signed.
Okay.
So they will soon, and we're gonna announce it, and so we're just trying to.
We should tell people, hold on, wait for an official announcement
Yes.
from the city.
Yes, yes.
Okay, and that if you have one of those almost 800 people, you should be getting contacted. And how do we make a contact, like call, by mail?
All of
or
it.
even, okay,
Yeah.
any form that's on, okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give my time so that my colleagues can answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other councilperson wishes? Dr. Lewis?
Whoa.
So, I would like to know, is it possible for us to add the insurance component back? And this is why, just for analytical purposes.
Okay.
So, not saying that that's a requirement,
Right.
but the fact that, we have a lot of people alleging that it's redlining takes place. They're alleging that they can't get insurance for certain things. It is a lot of alleging. This way, we'll be able to identify the people that do insure throughout the entire city of Flint and also on the north side. We can see who do not, and we can see what rates they're charging individuals if they're able to afford you the opportunity to get a rate. So I think that we need to add that back. And underneath, not as a requirement, unless you must have insurance, but that you attempted to get it, and this is what they said. Again, it'll be serving a totally different mechanism here. It'll be for research purposes, so we have a valid complaint if we were to go to the state of Michigan's Insurance Bureau. So instead of saying that they are discriminating against the people on the north side and we can't get it, we actually have tangible evidence. So I believe that you do need to add that component back, that everyone that's applying for this home ownership funding, that they need to get a quote.
Okay, well, I'll let the administration know that that's a concern and that's a request from the law.
Any other discussion?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Mr. Vance.
real quick. Ms. Sparks, Green, closer look at those people who turned in the initial request form, who turned them in, who been contacted. I don't know if y'all got a systematic way of doing that, but I know we've got those request forms, the original copies, in the clerk's office. Y'all got copies. And I know they dated. And it's gonna get to a point where this money gonna be first come, first served. It ain't gonna be an infinite pot for home repairs. Some of it gonna run out. And not only is it home repairs in there, but it's small business help too. I keep talking about more people there in that building downtown. I keep talking about a lady who put in, who wanna buy a liquor store. It ain't just home improvements in there. And then Mr. Jasinski, I'm gonna find out where we at on the lost revenue category. We got a city to run. I'm interested in lost revenue, home improvements, and small business. I'm also interested in a possible second round if it's in compliance of premium pay for the city of Glen employees. It's a bulldog that don't wag his own tail. We should be able to look out for employees. We should be able to look out for small businesses. And we should be able to look out for people that need home repair. And lost revenue means something because I've been here when we had to repair a budget deficit. We were $12 million in the hole, had emergency managers, and I had to play a role for a period of time as finance chair. And I know who control these purse strings. I've asked Mr. Jasinski, what's a good day for a working session? The administration, that would include you, Clyde, the mayor if he want to, department heads, and this council, along with Ernst & Young, need to go to work. There ain't no way around it. Ain't no need of folks meeting over here behind closed doors talking about these $30 to $60 million. Then coming in council meeting, this group talking about, bring everybody in this room. You see how big this room is? It's been remodeled with our funds. If this council can vote to clean up and fix their own house, let's clean up and fix the houses of residents. Generational wealth. If a grandmama died, the kids, and you pass it on. Let's straighten up the neighborhoods. When this money first came in, I thought about building new homes on vacant lots, because they don't dump on vacant lots. It's time to pull everybody together. This budget that was approved a little while ago for ARPA funds, it's time to amend it. It's time to amend it. I'm tired of hearing about this same budget, and I've been in finance municipalities for 10 years. And a damn general fund budget, y'all hear I said that, man, went through a fiscal year without being amended. So why do you not think that the ARPA fund budget should be amended? If the home category at the time was $5 million, and we already know from Ernst & Young, who went through the request forms, back then you had $7.5 million, more than what was recommended. So I'm thinking, there's nothing wrong with asking the clerk or legal department for me, because that's how the charter reads, to do a resolution for $20 million for home improvements. Because the minute they do the first group, you're gonna get 10 more people who want roofs. And that $7.5 million is gonna go up to 15 or 20 million. the minute we approve Court Street to get houses painted, you're gonna want some houses painted on DuPont and Graceland. So, y'all don't know, like I think I know, the spending of the money properly and in compliance gonna trigger more interest. So get ready. And that's why I'm asking the purchasing department, through you to Mr. Edwards. Mr. Edwards, let's call in the heavyweights. Kinfolk, don't let them make you fall out with you, because you got some votes in politics. We gonna see how it goes. We gonna see how it goes. But if you fall out with me, you be falling out with a good one. And I know some of them that fell out. And watch how it's gonna end up. Through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Edwards, he back there talking, and I was all his name. You know, he ain't listening to this council meeting. He's back too busy back there talking.
Boy, you better be there, tell
He
him.
did ask for you, Mr. Edwards.
Yeah, don't make that buck up there.
Oh, yeah, I haven't seen politicians.
Yeah, tell him that.
30, 40 years in this brand. Just keep watching. Mr. Evans, I talked to Ernst & Young, and whether it's a weekend, a Saturday, a weekday, we need a working session with this administration. Can you go and ask and see if that's possible? Because you can't call the shop standing up here with us. Because I'm asking the council what's better for you, a weekend, a weekday. I know you got to check in and see if y'all have permission to do this. I don't want you to get in trouble making plans in the council meeting. I know how it works.
Through the chair to Mr. Mays, we'll work out some of those.
You and Ms. Green figure y'all can work it out. Well, what happens first, the chicken and the egg? The council schedule it. I heard a lot of criticism from council. Well, you know, everybody should check with the council and see whose schedule permits. And then, you know, we called a meeting in the dome, and we had 6 or 7 police telling us when to get out. Or the residents was gonna go to jail. Yeah. That's in the ombudsman's office right now. I'm still trying to figure out who authorized all them police to set up residents like that. Yeah. I know they gave a verbal rude interruption. Y'all gonna be out of here. Come in the street. It's crazy. I've been around for 30 or 40 years, and I've never seen a deputy chief of staff or a city administrator threaten residents in a council meeting with police and force, like the Gestapo. Like the Gestapo. I thought we was in Nazi Germany. So I don't want you getting in trouble, and I don't want to scare the residents again as we investigate this unethical conduct by the administration of 4, 5, 6 police scaring the hell out of residents.
They're not scared.
Yeah. So I want you to go back and get it right. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be back there waving his hand, not mad, cause he got caught. Yeah. Or the police around. And then the chief, I say, chief, who ordered these? I'm coming to find out now. The chief didn't know who it was. Y'all give the deputy chief of staff the authority to order lieutenants and captains around? Right.
Mr. Mason, please remain to this discussion item, which was be with
Mr. Mayor, to try to schedule a meeting with council and the administration without having the police threaten residents. There was over 125 people there trying to get our proposal.
I'm just asking them to stay germane to the order, the discussion now, which is the.
This is what you really said. Don't talk about that in history. Yeah. Schedule a meeting without talking about it. That's what you really said. That's like saying talk about a miracle without wax that's being slaves.
Mr. Mays,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. We have overcome. I know what you're saying. Some people don't even like Black History Month. So in this city, with these aquaplums, it's been a hell of a trouble. Everybody wants credit, and they should. But don't sit the police and down the legislative branch when we try to do our job, because the mayor is trying to get all the credit for passing out aquaplums and he can't vote it down. I want the residents to know that the bug's gonna be passed out from 5 more votes up here. And we working like hell to get that money to your neighbors. So Ms. Esther, when do you think this special schedule will read? Do you want us to schedule it or wait to hear from you?
Chair, Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays, I think that you and the council members, you and your colleagues need to take action as you see fit. You schedule as you see fit to prepare to address this issue and then notify the administration and we'll see where we can go.
That's the problem, y'all see, because y'all ain't showed up, we done did it 2 or 3 times. And I would just describe it one time when the Nazi police looked at that. Did you have something to say, Mr. President? So I ain't falling into that trap, Mr. Edwards. She was pretty smooth, ain't she? Y'all schedule is usually fit, and we'll see if we show up with the police again. I mean, go ahead.
Okay, so we have put in a request to get the documentation that you guys are looking for.
Say what?
We have put in a request to get the documentation that you guys have requested.
Who blocked it?
It's not being blocked. Ernst & Young just got back with us today because we want to put it in a Word format so that the Excel spreadsheet.
Mr. Trubisky, they keep bringing your name up.
Well, we just got an email today.
Let me say this.
Okay.
The way that I know record keeping in City Hall, somebody right now can go and get the paperwork for Starbucks Park and tell me at the time who was the president. You go do that. It don't take that long to get paperwork. Somebody can tell me right now the organization Candace Michelle affiliated with, the date that she put in, and should she be conflicted now. Don't take too long to do that. So all of this talk, all I want to know is should we set up a special meeting for 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, 1 week from now. Now, I know if y'all don't tell me, all I have to do is call Ms. Winter Carter or Ms. Burns, and according to the law and the job, we call them. But guess what we gonna hear? We gonna hear from our colleagues, and we gonna hear from y'all whether or not we wasted our time. But I'm gonna do it here. I want the public to witness every council person saying, is that on a weekday or weekend? The only day I don't want to do it is on Sunday, because I'm trying to save my soul. I have to pray hard. I'm scared, I'm old, I have to pray.
So you're not just your question.
Go ahead.
Are you guys wanting to wait till you get the documentation so that you can review it, or do you want to meet before?
It'll be perfect when we call a meeting to have the documentation. We know that we got the documentation for the 700 requests from residents. We got the originals with our staff, the clerk's office, and y'all got copies. We know that somewhere y'all got copies of the folks who put in the nonprofits. Because you ain't got them at the meetings. See, that's the official keeper of the record. Wherever y'all got them documents for people who put in, if y'all really was thinking right, the official keeper of the records that can stamp that seal on
The
it.
document was an online process, so there were physical documents turned in. It was an online process. The application was an online process, so
So there weren't physical documents turned in, there were some that was like, there were information that were requested that go along with any grant was scanned in and submitted up.
It was
So-
scanned in.
And all of the information was taken from the applications and put on the spreadsheet that we have given y'all.
Ms. Byron and Ms. Priestley, they're good at that scanning stuff. I heard Mr. Murphy and Ms. Burns, they was asking Ernst and Young who got disqualified, who got accepted, and Ernst and Young said, we didn't disqualify nobody.
All of that is in the spreadsheet that was submitted
Oh,
to
we
you
ain't
all.
getting all the spreadsheets come forward.
Well, you have the spreadsheet, we submitted it
Okay,
up.
I'm just asking,
Right.
they'll correct me and say we got it. So then we ready for a meeting.
Yeah, but what I asked for the documentation was to put it in Word form because some people were having problems. They said the Excel spreadsheet wasn't user friendly.
Okay,
So I'm asking
now
for
you
Word.
say we have them. Now you say you gotta put them in the
I'm talking about the different format. The format,
They ain't in English.
they in English, but they in Excel. And some of you have a hard time with Excel, so I was getting them in Word perfect, so you guys can have a copy in Word.
Okay, well, let's get them, how long will it take you to get them word per?
Well, I just got an email from Ernst and Young to get the documentation today.
Okay, about how long would you estimate, Mr.
That's gotta be a question.
Well, who can answer? We just trying to see when the schedule meeting.
I can answer it by Monday.
By Monday? Fair enough, Mr. Evans? Okay, look, so that means documentation coming forward ain't gonna be a problem. All the money gonna be on the table. If you had to estimate right now, Ms. Green, or Ms. Evans, and then I had to estimate too, I bet you I could estimate just as close as y'all about how much money has been unspent. I ain't talking about what's been budgeted. I'm saying unspent. If I wrote it on a piece of paper and put it face down, and y'all two wrote it, who you think gonna be the closest?
We are gonna be under that.
You think you are going out arithmetic thing? Let me ask you this question. I would write on my piece of paper right now, it's over 35 million still left. You agree?
That's right.
Say it loud.
Okay.
Come on.
Let me
Let's
say
say
this.
that.
Let me say this. The ARPA dollars are not required to be spent to meet the deadline. They just are required to be allotted.
I understand. I said that there, again, they got to be spent by 2026. They need to be allocated by December 2021. You know this is October, right? And you see how slow folks been moving since you've been hired. Ms. Evans, you would agree, like me and Ms. Green, it's over 35 million that ain't been allotted or allocated yet. Do you know?
I believe that's close enough.
It's more than that. I just did that. That finance director been here now, what, about a month or two? Madam Chair, through you, or whoever chair, through you to the,
Me,
okay, through you to the finance director. Can he come up?
Ms. Worthy? Could he come up, Ms. Worthy?
yes.
Okay, Mr. Finance Chair. Now look, I'm gonna wrap this up in a minute, and when I wrap it up, I wanna hear from my council colleagues when y'all wanna meet, a weekday or weekend, or when I think it's Saturday, people should be free.
Oh, yes.
Saturday, Saturday from now, you ain't gonna be there. Okay, well, we gonna find out.
Yeah.
Cause if everybody can't get together, it'll cause a meeting. Through you, Madam Chair, to the finance director, how much money left in our funds? You been here long enough to know yet?
I'm focused on after June 30th.
Say what?
I'm getting ready for the audit. So I know how much money we've allocated as of June 30th, 2023.
Amen.
We've allocated just about $30 million.
So 30 million minus 97 million or 94 million, 30 minus 94 million is 50, $60 million based upon that figure, correct?
Right.
And so we better get to the business. Now, it's the purchasing director here. You just hold that money. Now, let me ask you this question. How much interest we have got so far? And who gets it?
The interest will go into the general fund.
So we can put the interest in the general.
We can spend it how we want, there are no strings attached to the interest.
How much lost revenue have you discussed that do we need? It was somewhere between 10 and 30 some million.
I believe I hate to put it from my head.
You know that category?
I don't know the category.
And that's a
I do
good
have
category.
allocated for that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to do another round. It's the purchasing director here. Through you, Madam Chair, to the purchasing director, y'all done me, and I'm gonna be out of here real quick. If the purchasing director here, anybody from the purchasing department?
Move it up. Here we go.
And then I'm gonna take a break till we get to that working session. Now, is congratulations in order any kind of way?
For myself?
Yeah.
Yes.
Congratulations. Let's move forward. I'm talking in code. But now let's move forward from that congratulations. Have anybody approached you or that you heard before today that a council person or anybody is thinking about bidding out, for example, 200 groups per day?
There's been no discussion with me about bidding out roof repairs at this time.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have some. This is gonna be the first official discussion. Do I look official? I am an official, right?
I'm sorry?
But I'm only 1 of 9. This is what I wanna do. I wanna look at those initial request forms, for example. If I say, see 300 groups in there, I'm gonna request that we bid that out like we did pipe replacement. We might have 4 or 5 companies put in and see who is the lowest bidder. Like pipe replacement, they put a cap on how much could be spent per replacement of lead service. I want you in your department I can order that, I can request it, that you start looking at that. It might be 200 hours that the vinyl side and windows. You ever seen that commercial with that dog on it, they be saying, ooh. Them the type of people who put in for the repair, request for proposal. And then it might be 50 kitchen remodels and or bathroom remodels. I'm thinking from talking to Mr. Justice agreement that I want to explore. I'm gonna try to get 4 or 5 more council people to buy into it. I want to explore bidding some of that home improvement work out versus going through them nonprofits and let them bid it out. I think we did good here today.
Yes.
I've heard that we can take some of the requirements off of water bills and need be without the funds. I've heard a lot of stuff. I've started some initial conversation about possible requests for proposals. Ernst & Young has showed up short of us issuing subpoenas. But subpoenas ain't just for people, they're for documents. And now I'm engaged in the council about meeting once or twice with Ernst & Young and the administration. I want to do better than the administration did us. Because the administration can call a special council meeting when they choose on our funds. They can call a meeting more within just 2. And the only way by law that we can meet is by calling a meeting and do it in the public eye. Open and transparent. So it's time. By the end of October, I want to show the public this meeting. And I want the public invited. And I want us to try to pull this off. And I hope by the end, it's been more conversation with you. to see what type of request for proposals we can get for this home improvement work. Madam Chair, Madam Purchasing Director, and others, God bless us all. Let's try to take care of the business of the people of the city of Flint. And we see if we can do that before I get any more trouble. God bless you.
The special order is now closed. Going on to the consent agenda. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'm gonna do consent agenda. Do I need to go on this?
No. It's been moved by Mr. Murphy to approve. We don't need to say that, Mr. Murphy. Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded to approve the consent agenda. Are there any separations? Just a second, let me grab my. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
I would like to separate resolution 230-239, contract for priority waste LLC waste management services. Resolution 230-281.1, amended resolution offering funds utilizing pandemic impacts of health.
What's your point?
This motion was to approve it, but it's really to send it to council, right?
Yes, you're right. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Resolution 230-281.1, amended resolution offering funds utilization pandemic impact of health disparities for pregnant new mothers and their infants in Flint, Michigan State University, Flint Irish Kids Farm Program. The resolution 230-304, opera funding awarded to the Latin Technology Center impacts of the pandemic on blight. Also, the resolution 230-319, opera funds awarded. I'm going to separate that one. 230-319, opera funds awarded to James E. Kennedy Family Life Center impact of the pandemic of Blight Ward 1. Resolution 230-320, opera funds awarded to Sylvester Farmers Village impact of the pandemic on Blight Ward 3. Resolution 230-313.1, approval of the City of Flint Brownfield Redevelopment Authority Brownfield Plan for Carriage Town Neighborhood Project 309 West Fifth Avenue. Resolution 230-334, approval of lease for 4813 Clio Road Pilot Project North Side of the City of Flint Customer Service Center. Resolution 230-343, intra-city ARPA funding contract, neighborhood improvement, economic development, public health, public safety, infrastructure, administration, contingency, and revenue replacement. I would love to have that one first. That is a resolution resolving that the appropriate city officials are authorized to do all things necessary to provide funding to specific city departments and appropriate funding for revenue and expenditures in future fiscal years, for long as funds are available from the funder. Funds will be paid from the American Rescue Plan Act funds, City of Flint's ARPA compliance firm, Ernest and Young, has reviewed the approved compliance with the latest U.S. determined total funding amount of $31,694,159.
Any
I would
other?
like that one to go first, but that one will take some time.
No, that can go last.
That can go last,
Any other separations? Any other separations? Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it's one or two that I'm looking at. I'm going to look at it and get some information on 230341. So I want that separated.
Okay.
230341. And I think it's problematic, but I can't ask questions about recast under these rules. Reluctant to separate. I do my homework between now and Monday. It's pretty much leave them. I also want to separate, I don't think it was separated, 230331.
Okay, got that. Any other separations? I have one, just so you know that 230324 is going to be separated. The administration has asked that it be dropped and we were informed until after the agenda changes.
What number?
230324. So that's separated for dropping.
324.
Yep, just for your information, everybody.
But it's being separated.
Yes, so it is dropped. Yep. Any other separations?
You said 324, 334.
324. Cedar Street. Seeing no more separations, this is the vote to send the consent agenda to council, which consists of 230252.1, 230332, 230333, 230335, 230336, 230337, 230338, 230339, 230340, and 230342. Roll call vote, please. Yes, Mr. Mays.
I have several quick questions. I want to separate 2305, 2.1.
Okay. That's on page 2. Bottom of the page. Okay, go ahead, Matt, roll call vote, please. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Yes. Ms. Murphy-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Shedd?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Gordon? Mr. Day?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 0 no. That consent agenda will be sent to council. First separation is 230239. Chair will entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
I make a motion to send 230239, contract requiring Kramer Waste LLC to council.
Okay, so moved. Is there support? Is there support for resolution 230239 sent to council? I'll support that. Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, I'm not gonna vote to send this priority waste collection bank to council at this time. Through you to the administration, who can speak on this waste collection contract? Whoever it is,
Can there be quiet in the back of the room, please? Thank you.
I property is plus or minus. Most council people say they sitting right there, about the city attorney, everybody else. Who is Madam Chair, who is the city attorney, can he introduce himself, I ain't been to.
Good evening, everyone. I am,
Turn that, push that button.
you can tell I'm new, right? Good evening, everyone. I am Willie Wallace. I am the Assistant City Attorney, here tonight representing the city of Flint. And, it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for, warm welcome that I got from some of the council members that, we were in this building. Hopefully I can personally introduce myself to the remainder of the
Attorney Wallace.
Willie Wallace.
William Wallace. Willie. W. Willie Wallace. And how long you been here with the city?
I started with the city the first week in August.
In August?
Yes.
Okay, well, nice meeting you. See, I'm very observant. I hadn't met you. I'm imagine you stand up. You ain't shy.
Not at all.
Well, you damn right. We might be all right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to the finance director.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Chief Financial Officer.
Yes, sir.
City of Flint. How long you been here, man?
Since September 5th.
September, this is October, that's 30 days. When they gonna try to bring you for an appointment, do you know?
I have not heard.
But when it gets close to 80 days, we gonna have to approve you and cut you loose.
I understand.
You knew how that worked?
Pardon?
You know how that worked?
Well, I do, yes, sir.
And so the council means something, right?
Pardon?
The council means something, right?
Oh, absolutely.
You want the job?
I do want the job.
Be nice to us.
I will.
5 votes can make it happen depending on what the administration said. Godspeed, I wish you luck. But more so, I want you to try to do a good job. Let me ask you this question. Who can give me information about this priority waste? This is an extension and it could be up to 5 years if we go for this. How do you know I want priority for up to 5 years? You know it's for the options and stuff. I think it should be more of a presentation than just a resolution.
There are a couple of us that can speak to this, but their proposal is to freeze what they're charging us at today's rates for the future estimation for 5 years. And from our perspective, that's a very good deal. There is no fuel adjustment cost like our contracts have. It'll just be a flat rate, and we'll know what that is for the next 5 years.
Yeah, I read it. What is the deadline on council approving it?
I believe, I'm not going to speak to that, but I believe that's the end of the month.
Huh?
I believe it's at the end of the month we have to approve this part of it.
By tomorrow?
No, the end of the month.
Oh, at the end of this month?
Yes, sir.
So I could ask that it be tabled to the next meeting and have somebody come do a presentation about it, you know?
We could, what questions do you have? We might not answer that tonight.
Well, I know we usually put this stuff out for bid.
Okay.
And we get better prices when we put it out for bid. And with this priority company, since I've been here, there was a dispute, I don't know if you heard about it, whether or not one company who had bid was 3 to 9 million cheaper than priority. You heard that debate?
I've heard about it, I don't know the details of it.
I do. Not only do I know what the debate was, I had the mayor sit here under oath swearing in line, in my opinion. And the Department of Public Works guy, Mike Brown, you heard his name?
I have not. No.
Well, I did, and I've been here watching it, so I look at a lot of different things that you might not look at. And I know the history of garbage contracts. And I know we might look at bringing it back in-house. You ever heard of that talk?
I have heard of that. I also know that studied that, but I have heard that. And, but I do know that there is a hard timeline between deciding you want to do that and.
When you gonna study that? I've studied.
I told you, I have not studied it.
You know how much a garbage truck costs? Have you studied that?
No, I have not.
I have.
Okay.
You know how many we need to do a route?
My guess is you probably need, 25 to 30 for.
Hey, saved by the bell.
Any other discussion in the first round? Any discussion in the first round? Mr. Mays, continue with your second round if you'd like.
Well, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move the table this and keep it in finance committee for 2 weeks, and I show you.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to table this for 2 weeks. Is there any, is there a second?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Okay, it's been moved and properly seconded to table for 2 weeks, which would be, our next meeting would be on the 18th. And there's one round of 3 minutes per council member to discuss the tabling.
Real quick, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, you know, this is a serious discussion. Some of the issues I raised. Is that Ms. Heather Griffin? Do you, Madam Chair, that Ms. Heather Griffin, I'm recognizing both by face. Is it something you want to try to get me to understand?
In regards to
Whether or not
financial or the
we should sign on to this $46 million deal, that's more than the original contract that was bid out. You understand that, don't you?
So are you referring to the current contract in the first year?
Well, over the 5
years?
years, if I ain't mistaken, I read it the last couple of weeks ago or a week ago, the $46 million is more than the original contract. Y'all asking us to vote without a presentation on a long-term $46 million total contract. It's about $6 million or so, as I recall, per year.
Okay, so I guess my question is, I'm sorry. The first 3 years, has already been voted on, and that part is already in place. And what we're talking about now is that extension. So are you questioning the cost for that extension? That's where your concern is?
No, I can see the cost.
Okay.
I'm just wondering, do I want to go that many years without being it out or without a serious discussion about bringing
Step
it
it back for a
back?
minute. We can hear what's going on in the back of the room, and it's interfering with our ability to conduct business, so please keep it down. Thank you very much. Go ahead and restart the clock.
You a citizen of the rest of me.
Go ahead and restart the clock.
I want to have more discussion in committee meeting. I really want to talk about this because that means we signed on the project and the majority of this council might. But I don't know if I'm ready to just sign on 5 years without being or without a serious discussion about bringing it to council. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, you may. I got a minute.
Okay. I just want to make sure, we've been trying at this point to be readily available. So in that 2 weeks, if you could let the clerk know what you'd like us to bring forward, if in your presentation, what that presentation you want to consist of, who you want here to help present that would give me time, because we've tried to do a couple presentations and unfortunately in the past it hasn't worked out, and we flew one of the funding sources in twice, or I should say we flew, they on their own dime flew in twice. And I want to make sure what you want that we have here for you.
I know I can contact you and call you.
Yes.
Because I got to settle with 5 years, no bid, and not no real discussion about bringing it in now. So I just ain't there yet. And since they say it ain't time sensitive to the end of the month, but it started out tied in with them freezing tanks. That's where it all stemmed from.
Yeah, but where we have the problem is the resident. That's where our time constraint comes in.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I I would like the budget forecast that I've asked for 1,000 times. So I've asked how we're gonna pay for this in the future, because there's a deficit. I've asked for those numbers for how many weeks now, and I still haven't got any. I even called Mr. Moore, I called you up and asked you, and I haven't got anything. So I would like that to be part of the conversation.
You want that now, or you want that?
Well, I think whenever you have a better.
Essentially, the year that just ended in June 30th, we had a loss, but we did not have a deficit.
Right, we have a deficit. If we approve this next year, we have a deficit that we're running short.
Right, and actually, the year that we're in right now, we're likely to have a deficit as well.
So I would like a presentation on how we plan to pay for this.
Okay, the proposal is that that will come out of our fund for the revenue replacement, so that we can keep the rates same for the residents and pick up with additional cost through the ARPA funds.
So I would like, since there's a request for what I would want in the presentation, I would like to know, apples to apples, because Priority Waste just submitted a bid in June for East Point for roughly 75% of what they're charging us. I'd like to know what the differences are between the East Point bid that they just submitted and the 30% higher bid that they want to submit to us right now for this bid inspection.
I totally accept it, yeah.
It's public documents and so.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
So the number that we have is actually the current contract we have in place, that third year is already approved and that's already in place. So they may have bid out cheaper this other event, but, and for us.
No, that's my point,
and
and what Mr. Mason's point is why would we sign on for 7 more years if 3 months ago we're bidding 60% of what they want to charge?
We'll find out what it is. It could be a different level of service.
Correct, and I don't know exactly, but I know it's $3.10 a week, which equals about $12.40, but they want to charge us $16 per unit. So I would like to know what that $4 delta is per month that you get a substantial East Point. So I'd just like to know that what the service level difference is, to know that we're doing our best deal possible. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, and I'm gonna piggyback off of Councilman Pfeiffer, Mr. Moore, so please hang tight for a second. So for clarity, I know Councilman Pfeiffer has a common place to pay for, the 5-year contract and the deficit that we will have with Priority Waste. And so it's coming out of revenue replacement, right?
Right.
So we're taking, which is coming out of ARPA funds.
Yes, right.
Which is about 10 million, am I correct? I'm looking. 10 to 12 million.
That's correct, but we are, the mayor is proposing to use $2 million for the waste and lighting.
Can you say that again for me?
We're proposing $2 million for the trash and, the lighting needs as well.
I don't understand.
Point of it, are you aware of this new one that says payments will uncollected trash fees for tax foreclosure to, that's what they want to do. Are you aware?
Under the $2,847,944.20. Okay, so we're using to pay for garbage ARPA, or deficit for a 5-year contract. Under contingency.
Right.
And for the record, we just got this when the meeting started. I mean, we just got this. So our questions, okay. Then do we have the lowest bidder? I mean, if we use an ARPA, we do not. we're making up a deficit with a company with ARPA, am I correct?
Wow.
We do forecast that we won't, the expenditures will exceed the revenues.
Okay.
And that'll happen this year and next year.
So Councilman Pfeiffer had asked for, he had asked for whatever, I can't remember because
If you extend it out 5 years, which I think is what you're asking, it's gonna be about the same because the biggest share of the cost is the trash contract, and that will be fixed for a period of time.
Okay, and I'm gonna, can we please get a presentation? I mean, I don't think we have, I don't know about having people, but put it so we can understand it. Because now this is like we're very in these council members read, they go in depth with it, they're not rubber stampers. A lot of them asking the questions. That's my time, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Oh my God, there he goes.
So, I requested, comparison of what it would, cost us to bring the garbage back in-house to purchase our own garbage trucks. We will have 1 year, because this contract does not end until June 30th, 2024, so that will give us enough time to bring back the garbage company in-house. The emergency manager came in, that's how we ended up here. We spent a lot of money, contracting out. I know in-house is costing too, so I had brief discussion with some of you guys behind closed doors about the comparison of, bringing the, garbage contract in-house. But it's saying I'll be more safer knowing that we had to redirect funds from general funds to pay for us in-house and having our own, not to let the child have his own. And I just don't like what the emergency manager came in and did to the city of Flint when it comes down to selling out our garbage trucks. We wouldn't even have to buy no new garbage trucks had the emergency manager sold our garbage trucks to the prior garbage company, as you also gave them our contract. Have you guys, are y'all ready to present to this body estimated cost of what it will cost to bring it back in?
I know that's being looked into. I have not seen the numbers. I don't know if they're ready.
So you guys want us to approve a contract now for 5-some years with an extension of fiscal year 29, 30, 31, 32. I want us to approve without our request being honored too, because we requested, Councilman Pfeiffer requested some information. We have not received it, but you guys want us to move this forward without taking into our consideration of what we have requested.
May I respond to you, sir?
Yes.
So in regards to the sanitation, bringing it back in-house, we do have a party that is working on that. They're actually utilizing an MSU intern, and she has readily been contacting all various opportunities to get that information gathered, from the trucking industries to calling the city to look at fringe benefits, things like that. So they are actively working on it. They don't have all the numbers
So
together.
y'all will prefer for us to approve this without even looking at that data?
Well, being here, you wouldn't be approving it. You would be moving it on to council. So, yeah.
Within 3 or 4 days, I'm wrapping up. Within 3 or 4
No
days.
need to wrap up, Mr. Murphy. Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Any other? Is everybody? Time goes off, time goes off. Go ahead. Go ahead. You can't do
I
that.
can't do it.
No, you can't do it.
Can you, finish answering this question?
Yes, so we have been open to the questions that both you and Councilperson Pfeiffer have asked, and we do have someone who is working on it. There are a lot of details to it. It is taking time to gather that information, but they have been actively working on it, and as of today, we do not have that data yet, but they are working on it. The person, unfortunately, I don't say his name correctly, so he is a person who has done financial work for the city board, and he is one of his interns that is following and getting information. So we are taking that very seriously. It is being brought by an impartial party as opposed to a city personnel. The second thing is about the, if I may, I'm sorry. We want to make sure that wording the financial part correctly. First and foremost, the money that goes out through the assessment fee to pay for the garbage, we have budgeted that correctly. The reason that initial deficit has came on is because not all of the payments are coming in from our residents. So that deficit that we're talking about isn't because we haven't budgeted correctly, or that if everyone in the city could pay, that it would not be balanced. So in that balancing effort, there are several places that we get the extra money from. One is general fund, which we've already discussed that. One is the deficit tax from the county. I'm sorry, there's another word to it that I can't remember. And then that money filters over as well. And I think the last year it was 38% was deposited into the garbage account. And then there's, of course, the ARPA funds that you were talking about. They were looking at using the $2 million as a stabilization. And the reason they were supporting bringing the, extending the contract is because that contract then would be, it would cap that cost. We would not have the increases, we would not have the fuel surcharges, we would not have additional tipping fees, all these other things that you would get when you have a new company that comes in. The other issue is because of what it takes to deploy a program such as a car program. So to do that, we would need them to be here at least 3 years, because it takes a good year just to get the cards made. So that was the rationale behind this. It's not just for them, it's for us to have a deployable program that's going to be sustainable and will move smoothly.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote to send this back to committee for 2 weeks.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
The vote is 7 yes, 2 no, that motion passes. The next resolution is 230252.1. I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mays.
No, I'm gonna pass.
Okay. Is there a motion for
Madam
two?
Chair,
Go ahead.
I move 230252.1 to council.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to send 230252.1 to council. Is there support? Support. It's been moved and properly seconded.
Madam Chair.
Go, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, through you to Ms. Green. Ms. Green, as you walk up, the last time this came before us, Ms. Shane was here. I don't know if I see anybody from that organization. Do you?
No.
You don't see none? I don't see none either. But I know my question had to do with how do they plan to be out or allocate the work? Do we know yet? You remember that question?
I remember the question, but I think they came to
Know
the
the
last
answer
meeting.
yet?
No, I know, I think they came to the last meeting, but, yeah, I don't think that got to it.
Yeah, I don't know if they did or not, but,
I will get the answer for you on Monday.
they did right.
I will get the answer for you by Monday.
Okay, maybe I should try to stop it by special prayers until we get the answer, because my thing is, I don't think they're gonna get the money and go out there with paintbrushes and sell it.
No, they work with a team as well.
They work with
With
the
contractors. They work with contractors.
How do the contractors get to work?
They do a bid process, I believe.
Say what?
They do a bid process, I believe, and
Say that again.
they do a bid process.
So this group, East Fort Village, is gonna put it out for bid. proceed.
Yes.
You know that proceed.
Well, that's the normal process, but he probably did it, so I don't wanna speak for them and how they're gonna do it, so I'd rather wait till Monday to get it.
I don't want you to speak to them and get it.
Right.
Yourself in trouble.
Exactly.
Or they might be paying somebody to go pay.
No.
Anybody who know the answer to that, and it was one other question, but I don't mind voting, but, you know, I got a problem with how this money is being passed out. I got a problem with it being piecemealed over there, and nothing over here. I got a problem with well in the committee, and I got a problem without knowing they finish the process. If we allocate money to paint houses, Mr. Dudley, you can shake your head yes or no, but have they discussed how you gonna make sure that this stuff is in compliance over there? Or were you young, you still getting up moves? I'm trying to save you some time. Have they discussed compliance with you on how they gonna paint these houses?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna do a amended motion, or I'm gonna make a motion to stop this by, special affairs. Maybe Mr. Reed, you'll know the answer. There was one more question I can't remember, but then was the two questions at the end. I wanna support this. I told Ms. Lady that I'm gonna support it. I'll support it. Maybe my colleagues will override me. But I ain't gonna rubber stamp it till I get a little more information on how it's gonna happen in compliance. I move that stop my special affairs from my, so.
There's a motion on the floor to send resolution 230252.1 to special affairs. Is there support? Is there support? It's been moved and properly seconded by Ms. Winfrey Carter to send this resolution to special affairs. There's one round of 3 minutes to discuss.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley Sparks, I know it was quick. How much did, this group originally put in for?
You don't mind, and we can ask no question.
Okay, thank you, Emily.
No, for sure. I can indicate council. So for the table, the sub-document that was shared, I want to send it to Council Person Lewis on the 7th, and I then assume it was dispersed from there. That, and that's why I'm just.
Can you speak back up?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so I am going to be citing the table that was shared on August 7th with the Council Harbor Committee, and then I assume it was shared. And I'm looking, and this is, and everything in that table, is every single application that was submitted online. And so this one, we're going to organize. Court Street Village. Court Street Village, got $150,000 was the application for this project, for this.
So they put in 150 and we are approving for 225? For 225, so they're getting an extra 75,000. And so how do we, with our process, would that be the 12-person ARPA advisory that approved this? The extra 75,000, who approved the extra 75,000? Mr. Jazinski?
I got that.
Oh, she's got it?
Yep, I just want to look.
Was this, so the compliance firm, you don't even have to get up, just throw your hand up. So was this stopped by you or this was completely, okay. What was the most you could apply for in the categories?
Each of the categories has a total that was allocated in the October 24th, 2022 allocation budget that you all did.
Was this the max that they could have gotten?
I believe in home repair it was $5,000. 5 million was the
Okay.
for the category, and as for a max, I
How
don't
do we
know.
find out how they got the extra $75,000?
That was a choice that the administration made to add based on the performance objectives that they stated.
Okay, can we have like, copies to show when we're figuring this out? Who approved it? They put in for 25, got 50, so it was the ARPA committee administration, so we can see that, because when you give a $75,000, that's a huge amount. And like, so who gave it, you know? Where did the approval come from? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
This is for you to, can you both say? Yep. So the question about these resolutions that have been sent down from us, because we keep going back and forth about this 12-person committee. We keep hearing these were just suggestions. We keep hearing that he didn't use their suggestions. He didn't. Are the resolutions that have been put in front of us suggestions from the ARPA committee, or are these the ones that the mayor did on his own?
The majority of them, or most of them are the recommendations. Now, when he added money to them, it was because when they allotted the funds or chose the organizations, it did not reach the amount of money that you all had approved for that category. So we added money to the different projects based on what the performance objectives.
So thank you for that clarification, because that's the first time that's ever been stated and made clear to us about why money keeps getting added when people did not ask for it. Understood. So there was a budget already accepted by the council. So, 5 million, whatever, is supposed to go toward home improvement, right? And so based off of the applications that they received, because they did not receive enough applications to meet the budget that was allocated, there were other monies that were added to different pots.
In this case, the original proposals to council did not include this increase, but when there was feedback from this body about not wanting to have a separate contract, which then for application 1134 from Habitat for payment of water bills, property taxes, and homeowners insurance, that was back in, I believe, one of your late June meetings. You said that was not something you wanted to do specifically because you wanted.
Okay, I got it. So,
round two.
I got it. I only have a certain amount of time. I got it. So, no, you're fine. So, again, there was something else that was put before the council in June, and this was before I got here. And so they said they didn't want the monies to go toward that specific thing, and so you then had to go ahead and allocate out as best you could for what was left. Completely understand. My only concern with this is we keep drawing this out, we keep pushing it back, we keep pushing it back. When this group came before us week after 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 week to explain what was going on with the project, to answer questions, and to be here so that whatever questions people have for them could be asked and answered. And so here we are pushing something back again when it is not their fault that we have 4 meetings in a row where we did not get anything done. And I completely understand that there are all these questions, but the city is the one who tell this organization what the bidding process is. This organization is not going to come up with a bidding process for itself. So for all I need is let's be clear.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Piper.
Yeah, so I won't be supporting this project at all. Because I don't think that, we have residents where roofs are collapsing and now we're going to cherry pick 13 to get a new paint job when we have roofs collapsing, so, I just won't be supporting this. I've said that on the record, week on week on week, so this week is no different. I think that we have, more pressing matters, and cherry picking 13 homes in a certain neighborhood isn't one of our priorities.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Any other discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead, Ms.
Madam
Chair.
This motion is to stop it by special favors, right? Okay. Question. How much, they came to us before with another resolution. What exactly was that for? I can't remember.
information was
share.
200,000.
And what did they get?
Point of information,
You approved the 200,000. 200,000? Okay. Okay, yeah, that's the 200,000, and then this is for 225,000 for the painting job. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing no movement, roll call vote to send this to special affairs.
Ms. Murphy Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mr. Shannon?
No.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Ms. Worthing?
You don't know.
Another one, man.
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. Going on, we're still in the first round of discussion to send resolution to council equals spoken. Have just Mr. Mays, and I don't know how much time we had left. I think
No,
you
ma'am.
use up all your time, okay.
First round.
Okay. Any other discussion in the first round? Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
We've been discussing this, project for a while. We just roll it up or down and move on with this, because this is one that we figure out what we is or we're not. And the residents, the director of Fourth Street Village did come to the, council to answer questions. And I think at this point in time, we need to clear this off our agenda so we can move on with other things that we need to do part of their business. So I understand my colleagues have, additional questions. I'm ready to vote it up or down. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? In the first round, that's correct. In the first round. Any other discussion in the first round? Okay, and second round? Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm listening close to what's being said. And I ain't got a crystal ball, I can't count the votes, but I can count on Mr. Pfeiffer saying, I don't think he, and I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I don't think he's gonna vote for it. I want to support it, but the questions I asked, how was it gonna be bid out and dealt with in compliance? And then Ms. Green reminded me the other question that I asked, could we have the list of the 13 houses? I'm curious to know if they just need paint. Now this, I guess, total of 200 and some thousand, 200 and some thousand is just paint. I heard you talk about that this week, God, I don't know if it includes other repairs. Do anybody know? I'm thinking it's just paint, it includes other repairs. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Green, planning director, do this 400 and some thousand include more than just paint, or do it include paint and other necessary repairs? Do we know?
Are you talking about the two combined?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's roof repair and everything else.
it includes
Home repairs.
200,000, and it's for those specific 13 houses.
No, they might be
It could be,
separate, but I
it
would
could
find
be
out.
more or less than 13.
I'll find out for you.
Well, that's the second question.
point of information.
Yes.
Mr. Mays, the answer to your question is that, no, like, it's not just going to go, 400,000 is not only more than 13 houses. It's going to more than 13 houses. By the time this is done, I think it will be close to 30 houses. So no, it's not just gonna be 400 for 13 houses. Some of the houses do need the roof repairs, and some of them just need the painting, and what's gonna be covered also in the painting is the wood, rod, and trees, and the wood stuff. So it won't be just like specifically just painting, it'll treat some of the other issues as well. So, as far as,
Yeah, I don't mind.
But this is the thing, we're saying we're being sticklers for the rules, so I just want to make sure.
This isn't a proper. But Mr. Mays can ask you a question.
I don't mind the conversation, and that's why I think we did it in AAA, because council should operate like that. But this is that you want to go with it and be out of order when we try to have a dialogue, so.
That's what I'm trying to say
So, Mr. Mays, if you were for her to answer
Oh,
that.
I know, I'm working.
Okay.
That's why I said she wasn't out of line, y'all just be tripping, interrupting folks, I'm trying to really get the feel of it. I don't mind jumping this whole thing off in the 7th ward. But I prefer to jump it off in the 1st ward. I would prefer to jump it off simultaneously all across town. So I can understand you know, on the service and residence, but do you know I'm gonna catch heck when it jump off in one area versus the other? And if I vote no and it don't pass, he come back in 30 days. Because I wanted cooperation to stop it by special affairs. And I'm looking at this vote, but I don't know. Maybe the majority want to jump it up in the 7th ward. Why is the 7th ward so special? We couldn't meet with Ernst and Young and the administration. Then we gonna do that in the next 30 days. Why not jump it off citywide to right way? So it's something I gotta think about. I'll listen to my colleagues, but if I'm counting votes, Mr. Murphy said voted up or down. I don't know what he means by that. But I know I'm gonna be watching this vote count close. And I'm gonna see which colleagues jump it off where first. Because I've been talking about long repairs for months. If they call meetings, could do cooperation. I'm trying one last time. And it's been 700 people howling to their initial request form that the majority of this council, Mr. Staff, voted for before you got here, and then tried to blame it on me. Like it wasn't a real piece of paper. I had never seen nothing like that before. Just demonizing the council. And they voted. So I like to see people do stuff in a certain order. And I was told this thing, I can support it, but I'm a politician. I might vote no and let it come back in 30 days if they're trying to rush it and ramrod. Before I get my question answered, that's just how I roll. We'll see what happens. I'm listening and watching close.
Thank you. Any other discussion, second round?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Burns.
We were kind of sidebar, I want to be transparent. So the project, I actually support this. What I don't like is that how we get from 150 to 225. And if you can get that part, because it looks like I will vote on something if it's a decision that this advisory committee, because we don't know how they ride it anyway, but if it's how we are as a body arriving at it, then I will vote on anything without ARPA, no explanation. I'm not going to vote on it from that committee. And these are perfectly fine people, but you know what, we don't know that it's a big meeting. We were kept in the secret, in the dark, everything was secretive. I don't want these projects to be necessarily done. If we can say, okay, we are making this decision as a council, there's already they're not following, we don't know who gave the extra 75,000. Until, we said administration is, but we need to see that in documentation. And then I think as we work it out, because that's what I want to see, and we have not had transparency. I will vote to support this project if I can see that. But I will not support this with all this anonymity and the secret meetings that we were told they weren't having when they were. I know this before y'all were here. I know it's for both of you ladies were here, but I will support this if I can see how do we arrive here. I will do that, because I think some of our decisions, my problem with our advisor, how did they get to the recommendation? You know, it has to be steps. You know, what was the step process and what was the documentation? Because you shouldn't be down there, and I get what some of my colleagues are saying, why selectively did we just say, kick this off in the 7th ward? Well, if it was in the 6th ward, I would have been happy. But I understand where these homes are at, and they're older homes, and they're mostly paint. I mean, and older windows, there's chipping, and they're lead. Those homes are over, some over 100 years old. So I get that. So if it's a decision that we are making as a council, collectively, through the thought process, in the open, not behind closed doors, not texting each other, but doing it like we're supposed to be doing it, without violating the Open Meetings Act, I will support it. So, I know my colleagues wanted it to be done in their ward, but, I mean, her ward has a plan. There's a team of people, the Court Street Village, they've showed up. They have been here. They have answered every question. They've brought many people, members of the community. So, if we can get that information, please, how we got here. I would like to see the initial, and I don't want a spreadsheet, please. I'd like to see, I know how contractual law, how it all works. Give it to me so I can read it. I can do that. Because that way I want to see it, because without that transparency, I will not. But with us arriving at it, I will definitely support that project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
Ryan, can I ask you a couple questions, Mr. Derek? Once again, thank you for being here. I don't think anybody did anything to comment, but thanks for sticking around. I have a question for you. Aren't these funds, the original intent was supposed to be allocated for folks in a certain census tract for the lowest income, the greatest need?
Yeah, I mean, the city of Flint, 88% is in that qualified census tract, and so with the leniency in the treasury rules, there would be very limited income qualification requirements because of that QCT designation. So
80%, you're saying 80% of the city falls into that?
yeah, and to be quite honest, the only reason the whole city is in a QCT generally is because the feds just won't put it forward. Not for this discussion, but yeah, that would be. I mean, the reality is that the majority of these without question qualify.
Okay, thank you. I just don't understand, these were designated for the entire city. And now we're going to say, you don't qualify because you don't live in the right neighborhood. So if this nonprofit will do it to all the city, how is it fair that we're going to cherry pick one thing? You know, expect that if this was an equal or people questioning it too, why are we allocating that only certain people can qualify for these when 88% of the city should be able to qualify for this project? Yeah. So we're going to say that, you know, because at the end of the day, when these funds are all allocated, people are still going to need roofs. And we're going to go back to those people that still need roofs and say, you didn't qualify for the roof or you ran out of funds, but we had enough funds to pay for some of these houses.
That's right.
So that's why I have a problem with this potential potentially we're gonna put a new paint job on somebody's house, but they didn't do the roof and the roof is collapsing, so how? And that's my whole point with this whole paint project is some of these homes, and they may need a furnace, or they may need something else, but they're only gonna qualify for a paint job, so we're gonna paint up a house that needs a roof, or they need a furnace, or they need a hot water heater. It doesn't make sense to me. So we've allocated money for roofs. If they're capable of handling more roofs, maybe we can go back and reallocate this $225,000 to the roof project. And Miss, I don't remember her name that was here, but she said she had 40 houses on the list for roofs, but we only allocated enough for 10 or 12. So I don't understand why we want to prioritize paint jobs when we have such a great need for more substantial structural projects. Ryan, did I say anything incorrect? But based on the list of those 700 applications, do you recall the majority or any great substantial numbers requesting money for paint?
It's been a little while since I looked at those, to be fair, so I can get you an answer tomorrow.
Can you tell me how many of those 700 requested a paint job?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Mr. Jasinski. Did we approve funds from ARPA to, complete road construction on Miller Road?
Road construction.
Yeah, like to redo the whole road on Miller Road and replace pipes.
The only funding that I recall was that was for sewer work.
Was it, what? What did you say? I'm sorry.
My recollection is the only funding that was early on in the process was for sewer work.
For sewer water?
I can't understand you, I'm sorry.
Is, our finance person wasn't here. Clyde? Mr. Evans? Or, anyone? Yeah. Can you clarify? Was ARPA funds used for the Miller Road project?
It was used for the water main.
For the water main? To replace the water? And then the roads were?
That was the end of that project.
That was what?
End of that project.
Okay. But those water mains weren't, they were mostly in the 8th ward, were they not?
Yes, they were.
Okay. They weren't in my ward. They weren't in the 7th ward. So I guess we shouldn't have allocated those funds. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Madam Chair. Thank you. One thing that my colleague has been very clear on, my colleague in the board, and I respect his decision, I believe he has right for other ones, says not going to vote for this project. The thing that I don't understand is that we're sitting here and we're reframing a conversation that this group came in front of us several times and had, where they said this paint project, which we keep trying to label as just a paint project, would also address wood rot and some other things, issues that are on the home. And so I get it, if we minimize it as just a paint project, then we can make it seem like it's something silly or trivial, when it falls under home repair, and it is more than just, oh, we're just gonna paint some homes and make them look pretty. Let's not act like they've not come before us several times and that they've not come before us several times and didn't even get the opportunity to explain. The real issue here tonight is the fact that this group keeps being placed on some sort of, keeps being placed in front of some sort of firing squad, like they have not done their due diligence. Like this has not been a nonprofit for 50 years doing the work. As if this is just some fly-by-night that just showed up and asked for some arbitrary money to paint a house to make it look pretty. That is not the case. We know that is not the case. They have been fully cooperative every single time that we have asked. And all we keep doing is kicking a can, kicking a can, kicking a can. When it's like at some point, we need to vote on this. They have done the work. This nonprofit has been doing work for years. There are other nonprofits in other sectors. They do the work, and it's simply just in that part of the city, and I'm not against that. I got where she was going with the Middle Road project and how nobody else was upset. Keep in mind, there are other streets that need to be paved in everybody's ward that we hear about all the time that have not been paved. And were we still mad about what happened on Miller Road? No, because Miller Road needed to be paved. There are other projects that are happening in the third ward that I am not upset about because they have to happen. I am not in disagreement at all with the fact that we need roads all over the city, that homeowners want their homes repaired all over the city. I'm not one stood up here and said, oh, you give this to 7th Ward, that's it, we're the only ones deserving, this group is the only ones deserving. But what I am saying is they did the work to fill out the application. Their application was submitted. The compliance firm said they were in compliance for this request. They have come to meeting after meeting after meeting. They've been here as long as I've been here at this point. We've been doing the same 60-day stint at this point. And so to sit here and act like they've not explained time and time again, they've not been willing to answer questions, they've not been willing to show up, that they've not been willing to bring pictures, and anything else that we've asked is simply not fair. To sit here and act like they've not come before us and explain that it was more than just a paint project, it's not fair. To trivialize this and hold them up is not fair. It's not fair. I can see if they were trying to be difficult, if they didn't want to answer questions, if they didn't show up time and time again, if this was just something as simple as, oh, we live in nice homes and we just want to repaint it just because we want to repaint it. That's not it. These are senior citizens, or these are older people in our city who have paid their dues, who this will be, what you're trying to go up as an arbitrary paint job, will lead to generational wealth for them, will lead to current for neighborhood, for people who take care of their neighborhoods. Again, my concern is for the entire city of Flint. My concern is for everyone's rooms. My concern is for everyone's homes and their needs. We've said time and time again, or at least I keep hearing my colleagues say that, oh, we can go back and rework these upper corners, we can go back and rework these upper corners, we can do this, we can do that. But if for some reason, every time we come to this particular resolution, all of a sudden, I don't hear we can rework the other funds that we have left to make it work. Now I hear, oh, we just want it in the 7th, when that has never been stated. Or I hear, well, this ward needs this or this ward needs that, when I'm never going to take away from another ward, so I'm not understanding why there's a constant quest to take away from the 7th ward, or to live in some sort of ideal fantasy, because where you were going with the 80 percentile, as in there are not residents in the 7th ward who live in the poverty line. Let's stop the Disneyland view of the 7th ward. We are more than the college cultural area, and even some in the college cultural area are struggling and will fall in that 80 percentile as far as the poverty line. Quit trying to count their pockets and count the work that they've done and the fact that they've submitted for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
You know, when the same came and addressed us, a problem may be that these are homes of older black women. So, you know, maybe everyone doesn't have the same agenda for older black women, you know, and who that live in those historic areas. These women, according to Ms. saying, they don't need a furnace. They don't need a water heater. What they need is what they applied for. And this organization applied, we were qualified to receive this funding. Now, organizations all throughout the city could apply, but they did not. So why demonize and penalize this organization that has been around for over 50 years Why penalize them for doing the work? Doing the work that people in the other wards didn't do. And so again, you know, when we begin to talk about things that's done on the north side, or I'll say towards people of color, even more specific black people, look like we get a little bit of pushback. Why, I don't know. But what I do know that when I reached out to the insurance agency and I was answering questions, they wanted to know about the paint job on my home. See, I can have my furnace, my water heater line, but if I have paint flaking off my house, wood rotting, they're not going to insure me. We're helping these seniors that have remained faithful to the city of Flint, that chose Flint, that set up shop, that's trying to leave that generational wealth that the first ward colleague keeps talking about. This is what they're doing. And so they got everything paid for, but when you're on a fixed income and you're not rich and wealthy, because everyone don't drive fancy cars and drink fancy water, you can't. But when you understand that, do you understand that I'm taking care of my water bill, the rest of the bills, and the only issue I have is pain. This organization applied and qualified to get this paint job, to beautify this neighborhood. And so I'm not going to demonize this organization for taking care of older black women that's trying to leave generational wealth to their families.
What's your request?
It was older black women who applied on them 700 initial forms.
I appreciate it, especially keeping in mind that we keep saying, you can keep clapping. This body never approved those forms to be used to apply as an initial form.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
What's your point?
I bet $80,000 to her that I can prove that her and 5 more voted for them forms. Will she take me up on that? Now, if she don't, like, this is my point of order. If she don't lie on the record and say this body never approved them forms, that's a lie. I can call a point of order and say, decorum, why do we let people lie to the public? She did approve them, her and 5 more. I bet you can prove.
Mr. Mays, that is improper.
It's improper for her to lie.
Thank you. And again, I can't speak without getting interrupted, and I wish I was lying, because we said.
What's your request?
Ms. Lewis, do you think I'm ever sit by and let you lie to the public? It ain't gonna happen.
That's improper. Go ahead, Ms. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you, and again, those are multiple violations of the law of warning, and this is where our meeting goes left. Just let individuals speak like they are affording you the opportunity to do so. And so, this body, as I stated before, you can try to take it out of context, but what I said was, we did not vote to use those forms as applications. We were gathering data.
Request for information.
What's your request?
It says right at the top, a request form. You keep trying to change it to application. Don't you know black folks can read? And they read the initial request.
Mr. Mays, that is improper. Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Lewis.
Right, and again, this is the same colleague that, while he was running for mayor, put out a video saying, vote for me, come down here and get some money. And it's on social media.
Still saying.
Again.
Get that paper.
I mean, I wish it was funny, but the community needs the money. And I mean, and this is horrible. Can't even speak without being interrupted. But the point is, let's stop playing games with people's lives. I'm happy to see that my colleague has now decided to stop his thing and start voting so we can get these much needed things passed. I'm happy to hear that we're voting. I'm happy to hear that we can start moving this money. But right now, it's time for us to move this money on with this qualified organization in place, they had everything that they need in place to qualify for this money. For the older black women that say they need this kind of help. Paint is an insurance qualifier. Let's help these women qualify to secure their investment that they're gonna pass down to their loved ones.
Request for information.
What's your request?
Do you know whether or not there's any black men, Hispanics, and white people in the group for this money, or it's all black women? Do you know?
That's improper. Go ahead, Dr. Woods.
Not a problem, but I do know, and if we listen to what happened at this meeting, you will know too. Ms. Ames said when she approached the lecture. So let's stop playing games and let's do the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Call for the question.
There's a motion on the floor to call for the question. Is there support? Is there support? That support? It's been called for the question with support. Roll call vote, please. All right, it was Candace. Ms. Tripp? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? No. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns? Ms. Burns?
Madam Chair, yes.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. The call for the question has succeeded. This is the vote to send resolution 230252.1 to council. Madam Clerk. Mr. Pfeiffer. Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
I abstain because it's not proper to cut off debate. I abstain. I'm not gonna let one neighborhood jump out in front of the other till we get it right. For those reasons, I abstain.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Michelle? Yes. The vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. The vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. That resolution goes to council. The next resolution is 230281.1. Is there a motion? Go ahead. Okay, there's a motion on the floor to move 230281.1 to council. Is there support? Support. Okay, I heard Candace first, so, is there any discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm watching the voting patterns of council people on these items. I listen to what people say. I look at the whole scenario. And this ARPA fund communications is starting to be hypocritical. It's starting to confuse me, let alone the public. And I'm tripping because now I've heard one council person give a speech about black folks and black women. And we got them all across the city of Clinton. Ain't nobody stood up here and said this is the NAACP ARPA fund for black women on the south side. I ain't heard that. So CUs and black women to get votes, and ain't nobody stood before us and said this is for all the black women on the south side. And then don't lie and say that the ARPA request funds wasn't voted on by her. I just can't stand folks lying about these ARPA funds. It's on video. One thing I never did appreciate growing up was a thief and a liar. A thief and a liar. Ain't nobody named them forms no application. They say right at the top. white folks sitting up here in these elected seats lying. And folks sitting up here in these elected seats calling me a narcissistic and ain't getting punished. White folks being treated differently from black folks. And some of the black folks who condone the wrongdoing of the white folks, you know what I call it.
Oh, yeah, that's wrong.
Handkerchief dead Negro.
When you use that money, don't get money. Hello, say something now, Murphy.
Now, it's in the Urban Dictionary. You don't have to believe me.
Mr. Mayor, question for me.
What is your request?
So based off the statement that you just made, does that make you a handkerchief head Negro for?
Oh, my God.
No, I ain't kissing up with white folks, and you saying you refer to you.
Point of order.
Here we go.
She ain't here in 5 seconds. Request for information. You really need to warn yourself on that one.
I'll make a motion that she be warned by us, and I so move.
Yeah.
Support.
That I'll be warned by us, and.
They couldn't never gave it up.
Murphy, say something.
We going home.
Oh, my God.
All right, and supported by Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Please, one second. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I gave a speech earlier in this meeting. It don't matter if I appeal. It don't matter if I call a point of order. I'm not gonna be bullied out of my council seat by road chair people. Whether it's you, Priestley, Eva, Worthy, or whoever, it ain't gonna happen to me. I'll get arrested time and time again fighting for civil rights and freedom of speech. You've been sitting in the chair seat, probably ain't been but 10 minutes, and here you go. I'll wait, stop that clock. Because I'm talking to you. And I want you to hear. You cheering already, wrongfully. You lied, and I'm gonna say you lied about that request form. If it's one thing I can do is stand before God and say, yeah, it was a lie. You're not gonna rule me out of order for saying a lie. I'm gonna say a lie. I'm gonna say your name, I'll say Trump name, Biden name, we in politics. If y'all so prissy and so holier than thou, you in the wrong business, because I ain't buying. A lie is a lie is a lie, no matter how you lie about it. Now here you done brought up when he's saying it's a monkey in the room or elephant in the room, and teamed up with the black pastors trying to act like he called you a monkey.
Yeah.
Hell, I was in the room, how you know I wasn't a monkey? Why you take it so personal? We need to address the elephant and the nastiness and the liars in the room. I've been agreeing with that. So I'm not buying into your rhetoric. I'm not buying into your characterization of black women on the South Side that you gave a speech about. I'm not buying into your bald-faced lie about an initial request form that you didn't vote on. I'm not buying into you. As a matter of fact, I'm going to talk about you and highlight you because of your character. You done whispered in my ear, your mama. I thought I was in the 6th grade. My mama did. You done give me the finger, getting on the elevator. I don't even talk to you. I'll pass by you and others in council office. Don't look up at you. Don't ride the elevator with you. Don't trust you. You's a nasty old son of a gun. Just nasty and lying. Sitting in the chair seat for 10 minutes and gonna try to say something about I'm protecting somebody who called you a monkey. The best I could do just say point of information, request for information. Do you need elephant in the room? And you done took it all out to Chris Marvin. I'm gonna see if you here tomorrow at 5:30 when Pastor Harris say he's willing to meet. Telling the pastors half truth, cussing out the pastor at the same mouth, not once but twice, and then vote because I cussed you out. I ain't expecting. And you think it's cute and funny, it ain't, it's nasty, it's rude. I sense my chair over away from you because I don't want your energy to rub up on me. I done said on 3 councils and you one of the nastiest ones. You and even word and run a tie sometimes. Used to be Kate Fields and evil word. David Fields rubbed off on evil word and she gone. People know what's happening. And you raise a hell. A hell raiser. You ought to be trying to be polite and a woman about yourself.
Point of order.
Stop the clock.
There's no stopping the point of the clock on the show's board.
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, that lacks public form, and that deserves a warning. You need to, did you hear what he just said?
I wasn't, I did not miss, I did miss it.
You missed it?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, the man just told me to be a woman.
It's a such thing as
And we
being a
also
lady.
call her Hillary.
That's out of order this morning.
There's a such thing as being a lady. It's a such thing as being ladylike. Mr. Liddell Lewis, you've been sitting in this seat ever since I was the president telling people to give me warnings. You went all over to the county chambers and they were...
What's your point?
Now, didn't you say from your seat that we're talking about things happening in this meeting?
Correct, I did. And he is
Miss
discussing.
Christie, you wasn't in here when she talked about him and the monkey word. So you coming in on the tail end while she was chairing and she paid you in to this mess. You might want to let it flow because this is a discussion and a point of order and an appeal and there's a motion on the floor to screw her out of order for bringing up stuff in other meetings. She's a hypocrite. And you're right. But I would say, yeah, that's what this appeal is about. And this is the biggest hypocrite I've seen.
There's an objection to the 5-minute recess. Anybody like to make a motion to take recess? Support?
What's that?
For recess? Support. All in, Madam Clerk, roll call vote, please, for 5-minute recess.
Did you get the support?
Yes.
No.
What?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
No.
Why?
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
So may I continue?
Yes, you may. Please remain germane to this question.
Let me say this, Ms. Priestley. When she brought up monkey, you wasn't in the room.
No, I was not.
And so it wasn't germane to this meeting. She's a hypocrite. She should act like a lady sometime because now she's mad.
What's your point?
Mr. May said I should act like a lady sometime. If that doesn't lack the form, I don't know what does.
It don't lack the form, it's my opinion. If she ain't ladylike, if she giving me the finger, talk about my mama, to me, that ain't like the lady I know.
May I rule, please?
Beg your pardon?
You were talking over me, I can't.
Oh, okay, my bad.
You don't like it when people do it to you.
No, I didn't know you were saying that. I'm lying. And clear.
Please stay polite. And do not make derogatory comments towards other members of this body. And that's for everybody on this council. Go ahead.
Did you call her out of order for saying that I voted against the pink because I'm against black women?
I wasn't here.
You were here.
I wasn't here.
You started this. She talked about monkeys and all this stuff. She's been nasty. If somebody is factually nasty, giving the finger, talking about my mama, saying that she is lying, talking about I didn't vote on the request form. The form. You see that? Go ahead. Stop.
My point is, for one, I can't refute a liar, but what I can do is say, none of that happened at this meeting. And that goes against what you just said about we're dealing with issues, and it's in Robert Rules, pertaining to this meeting.
And what we have to go down. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Ms. Bridget, I can assure you, nobody said monkey in this meeting but her. I can assure you, when she talked about them forms, they didn't happen in this meeting. She's a hypocrite. She brought that stuff up in this meeting. I'm talking factually about it, and I'm gonna stick with my.
Thank you, Mr. Mays.
She's a liar.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Can somebody please update me? Are we on an appeal?
No.
We're on a motion to prove our order. That's what the motion was.
Ben, could you please update me with where we are, or what we're doing?
Come in,
Mr. Mays made a motion that this will be forewarned by us.
Okay, thank you. Was that supported?
90 days. Take your money.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
talk about being hypocritical. I have colleagues here who cannot even stand their name being mentioned, yet they're laughing and carrying on when someone's being called a liar, not a woman. They think it's hilarious.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, is she on a point of order or is she on a request for information?
She was not either one of them. She said she's.
So how did she get it?
I gave her the floor to discuss the motion.
Okay. So discuss the motion.
And as I hear my colleague talking over there, because she likes to point that out when she might hear me, I have every right to point out that you laugh and carry on over there when it's someone you don't like. Where was your outrage and put in order when she was called a liar and a thief and not a woman? Where is that outrage? It's only reserved for one member of this council. So talk about being a hypocrite. That is the definition of. And so to clarify the narcissist comment,
What you request are to you, Madam Chair, to the speaker. I'm assuming you're speaking, say my name. So when I check you, you go know.
check me, you're pointing at me, and you're threatening me.
Oh, there you go. Is that
No, just like
Point of order.
What's your point?
Point of order, Ms. Burton, you have the floor. There's no back and forth between her and Ms. Burnham.
That is true. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank
Burton.
you. It's such a lack of decorum on this council. We can't pass anything when we have members getting upset, and taking appeals and all of that, and then just lethal when it's a person they don't like on council. I don't like being threatened. I don't like Ms. Lewis being threatened. I don't like anyone being threatened on this council. Talk about, I think Mr. Mays was alluding to that he's a bully on this council. That's hilarious. He is the biggest bully I know. And that is the definition of a narcissist, is to bring up the same thing over and over and over, like past hurts. That from like 6 years ago. He's still bringing up Mr. Kincaid's name. Okay? That is narcissism, because they will never forgive or forget. Yet, we're not here to list our grievances about Kate Fields, Scott Kincaid, Jack Poplar, Lavelle Lewis, Worthing. We're here to vote on the current issues, and that's the most frustrating thing about being on this council, is that we have to sit through just nasty, mean comments directed at other colleagues. Why is that necessary? Are you not elected to vote on policy, not talk about other colleagues? I was voted in the 9th Ward, and I really appreciate the fact that I don't sit up here and call other people names.
What are you talking about? You're saying shit.
I just want to vote on the issues.
Vote then, shut up.
Yeah, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Ms. Burns is, warn her,
Right.
and she's sitting there laughing.
You're out of line. What do you mean?
Okay, you need to check her, she's mocking.
She's out of line.
She's getting it correct, she's, and not me correctly, please do, because that's not how.
I don't have that kind of name.
Thank you.
I don't have any.
Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
Point of order.
This,
Point of order.
what's your point?
Again, Ms. Gordon got the floor for 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Ms. Burns, this is not a back and forth environment.
Miss, go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
So I was just talk stupid, and then
Just call me Esther.
Ms. Burns, you do not have the floor. Go ahead, Ms. Worthing.
no, I said I don't have that kind of anger in me, and I don't have that enough anger to sit here and point my fingers and scream at others instead of get the issue done. And I'm sorry you don't like it being called out, but most of the people that support this dysfunction don't even live in the city of Flint or even in the state of Michigan. So we are forced to be subjected to do our job to insults, screaming, yelling, and it's celebrated. Yet if I had that same behavior, it would not be celebrated. I wouldn't want anyone to celebrate it. So where is our professionalism? Where is our anger when there's a member calling another member a name? Where is that decorum? You can roll your eyes about it. I'm going to talk about it all day long because it is a double standard. And when does that double standard get addressed? How do we make that right? When we have members that point out our sex, our preferences, our sexual preferences, it's been mentioned. Inappropriate names.
What's your request?
Are you saying such as narcissistic, boo-boo, and don't get 30 days suspension?
Ma'am,
that is.
That is improper. Go ahead.
You weren't here, but the definition of a narcissist is one who brings up past hurts over and over and over and over again. For example, mentioning Mr. Kincaid, Kate Fields, Jackie Poplar, anyone you don't disagree with, and it's been like 7 years. So, we live in the present, Mr. Mays, and I want to presently get the work done. Thank you.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yeah, we have conflicting statements, to say the least. You know, we want to call out people for being hypocrites, and we don't sit up here and call people names. You just called her a hypocrite. You call Mr. Mays a narcissist, but we don't call anybody names.
What are you talking about? You gotta make somebody teach
Ms.
you.
Lewis
Ain't shit.
complained, how many times, oh, I can't even get a speech out without being interrupted? Didn't she just interrupt Mays by 10 or 15 times? Like, it's astounding. It's astounding. And then she's gonna try to pull the race card.
Right.
I voted against that because I have a thing against black women. Are you kidding me? And she's gonna use everything she can, and then, oh, I drink water. I know the people that drink bottled water, she thinks is janky, because she put a video out on that. So anybody that drinks bottled water is janky.
Black people.
It's ridiculous, and you can say water.
Heard you. Point of order. Out of order.
Mr. Worthing,
Point of order.
you can ask the floor.
That's her second.
Third time.
That's her second time. You warned her the first time. You warned her second.
It's the third time.
I didn't give her a warning.
She needs to be warned. That's her second time.
Go ahead, Mr. Pfeiffer.
I've been around with her.
There's appeal on the ruling on the chair that I did not warn Mr. Worthing. Is there support?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
don't be mad, because I'm a second year.
Now she mad. Now she ready to go. She mad. That bullshit don't work.
Say support.
Second year.
Okay, discussion. Who,
The fuck on?
go ahead, Commissioner Worthing.
No,
I'm trying to figure out,
I made me feel like.
you made me feel you get to go
Well, I
home.
have to speak, but I'm leaving this meeting and so I'm not.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I have every right to be here.
Point of order.
Got every right to lead too.
Point of order.
You don't have the floor, Mr. Worthing.
Yeah, but I think you can't hear it, but I
You don't have the floor.
Well,
And I'm trying
I
hard to.
didn't try to get the floor. I was,
So, audience members, please be respectful to this committee. Even if the members of this committee are not being respectful to each other, we ask that you be respectful to us. And that means no hollering, no clapping, no crying, no laughing. Be respectful to us.
I ain't got to do none of that.
What's your
Ain't that going overboard?
Right. You talking to me.
Maybe so.
I can laugh. I can say what I want to say.
Go ahead. Mr. Pfeiffer, go ahead.
Yeah, I appeal the ruling of the chair, or the decision of the chair not to give a warning, because I think that there is clearly a double standard, and for some reason, Ms. Worthing cannot get a warning from, your chairing or the chairing of the second full council person, that they refuse to give her a warning on multiple violations. It's clear, and she attacks you on Facebook, so maybe you don't want to be attacked on Facebook anymore, so now you're not going to give her a warning when it's clear that she needs one. It's just an absolute, neglect of.
Here we go.
lady, that was one of the ones that I did not hear. If they said the names, and separated, then they didn't say the table.
Did you get him the keys?
No, I got the key.
Okay, go see where he at.